السلام عليكم. بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم. أما بعد. Okay, I just watched a video on YouTube by Sheikh Assim Hakeem. Yeah. Remember, you always have to say Sheikh Assim Hakeem. Calling him Assim Hakeem is not enough. You have to say Sheikh Assim Hakeem. All right. And his video was regarding some sort of hijab ban in India. A hijab ban in India. And a questioner who asked him, is it okay if we go and do protests against this hijab ban in our country? Now, what do you think his answer was to this question? I mean, take a moment, think. What do you think Sheikh Assim Hakeem said in response to this question? Yeah? Like, at the end of the video, I found myself so upset, so unhappy, that I wanted to vent my frustration. So I've gone live, and those of you who are listening here, you're going to hear me complain. So apologies if I'm moaning, but I do have something to say, and that's what this is for. Now, why can't I see the chat? So something wrong with this. I cannot see the chat captain. Where is the chat? Private chat. Yeah. I'll tell you what. For some reason the chat isn't showing. Let me check the YouTube channel. Let's see over here. Yeah, so the YouTube chat is working, but on StreamYard, it's not showing me the chat. It's a bit strange. Ah, there we go. Comments are there. Apologies. Thank you, Joe Baz. Wa alaikum salam. And Papa Cup. All right. So, back to the topic. Sheikh Assim Hakeem was asked about protesting in India against the ban of the hijab. What do you think his answer was? Yes, the typical, what you'd expect, right? Oh, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and his companions, radiallahu anhum, they were oppressed in Mecca, and it is not from the Sunnah to go and do protesting, especially if you're a minority Muslim living in a non-Muslim land, and you're going to protest, and the government is already against you. They hate your guts. They're going to take action against you. You'll be harmed. Yeah. So it is criticism, definitely a criticism. But what do you want me to do? How do I? It's not like I can go and speak to Sheikh Assim Hakeem and get my point across, is it? So I'm going to do it publicly, and whoever knows him, they can transmit this message to him. Now, Sheikh Assim Hakeem, all he's basically telling Muslims to do is the following: if you are oppressed anywhere on planet Earth as a Muslim, shut your mouth. And that's it. Just shut your mouth. Shut your mouth and be oppressed. Is that it? Is that all you're going to tell us, Sheikh Assim Hakeem? Shut your mouth and be oppressed. Bruv, give us a solution. Give Muslims an idea of what they can do. Some affirmative action. Just shut your mouth and be oppressed. What? Because that's your situation in Saudi Arabia? Because you have strict rules that you're not allowed to protest publicly. But they let you protest on Twitter. Why are you allowed to protest on Twitter, but you're not allowed to protest, I don't know. Why don't you suggest the Indians do that then? Why don't you say to the Indians, protest against your situation on Twitter or on social media? All you can do is say, shut your mouth and be oppressed. I tell you what, why are you even giving fatwas about other countries? Stick to your own issues. Stay out of Muslim problems around the world. They're not your issue. They're not your problem. You have no suggestions for a solution. Just stay out of it. Stop interfering in our affairs. At least come up with some ideas. And Muslims, stop going to these people like Sheikh Assim Hakeem. They don't give a damn about you. Just make themselves self-important. Oh, I'm a sheikh. You must call me sheikh. You're just a man just like me, just like any other Muslim. Don't separate yourself like you're special, sitting on your throne there, on that big chair. Bruv. Sorry, I'm a little bit heated. No practical steps for Muslims in India. What's the point of having Muslim leaders and sheikhs if they got no leadership? Just stay out of our business. Stick to your own country and stay there. Don't talk to us. We don't need you. Jokers. I'm not the smartest person in the world, but at least I can think of some suggestions. What Muslims can do, what we should do. And inshallah, I'm going to start a project soon. And it's particularly to help the Muslim Ummah, especially in non-Muslim lands. Sadly, most Muslims around the world, look, you just want Islam to be eradicated. Just shut your mouth and allow Islam to be eradicated. It's like saying you want a job. Yeah, just sit at home and make dua. You'll get a job. Where's the practical steps to get the job? You want Islam to be successful. You want the Ummah to be revived. Yeah, just sit at home and do nothing. Just read your books. These people are jokers. Sheikh Assim Hakeem. Just stay out of our business. Stick to Saudi Arabia, Jeddah. Stick to your business there. Leave us alone. Go to a restaurant in Jeddah, you see women not even wearing a hijab. You got Muslim Riyadh. Deal with your situation. Don't interfere in Muslims in India. They don't need your advice. Yeah. So everyone, my suggestion, well, why don't I ask your advice? Since we can't count on our sheikhs to tell us anything practical, what do you think Muslims should do in this situation? We've seen it in France. They banned the hijab. Oh, and there's another video of him where somebody says, "Oh, they're not allowing me to wear the hijab. What do I do?" He says, "Oh, you can migrate. Go to Germany." He says, "Go to Germany." So that's pretty much it. I just wanted to let that out. Muslims, please stop looking up to these people who call themselves sheikhs, and they got no practical steps for the ummah. And obviously, the dawah, right? The dawah. They already spotted this. They've already clocked on that people like Assim Hakeem, you don't listen to them. Because remember that Assim Hakeem is the one that said about Brelvis being another religion. He's also the one that says, yeah, you can't call non-Muslims your brother. And people like Sabu Ahmed, they don't even listen to him. They call him Sheikh just to show him respect, make him feel happy. They don't listen to him. They know these people talk crap. They got no value for us, bro. There's no value in listening to these people. Tis, like, who listens to Christian Prince? I never heard of him until you lot come and told me about this guy. Christian Prince. Does anybody watch him? Nobody cares about these people. Christian Prince. You want people to go on a platform where Islam is being mocked. Yeah, you want people to go and engage, what's his name? Apostate prophet and Christian Prince. And then they're nothing. They're idiots. In the words of Sister Zubaydah, they're going to hell. That's it. They're going to hell. Unless Allah guides them, that's it. They got no value. Now the question is, what can we do? Sadatin says boycotts. You know, maybe he could say, oh, I'm sorry about your situation in India. Maybe I can encourage and advise our Saudi companies, our CEOs, not to hire these mushrikeen. You have to cancel our contracts with them. Stuff like that. No practical steps. Nah, Jobaz, I doubt Shamsi follows Assim Hakeem. Yeah, well, tis this. Ban him, right? Ban Christian Prince. Who gives a damn about him, bro? Don't know why you. It's probably all Christian zealots who are viewing his channel, or Muslims who feel they need to respond to him. How many times has it been responded to and rebutted? I'm sure it's been refuted like many times. All these Islamophobes do, they keep repeating the same arguments you've already refuted. They'll come out with the same exact questions, like Buddha Bing. Remember him? That's what he did. Repeats the same old questions over and over again. What's the point of wasting time talking to them? Yeah, tis. It's easier to criticize other Muslims than to refute the claims of the Murtads and the Kuffar, I guess. Yeah, goodbye, Tistis. You go and refute him. Let me know if you manage to correct him. So once you speak to him, Tistis, I'm sure next week he won't come back with the same question. Hindus have shops in Saudi and Qatar, reactionary. I've seen them, and in Dubai, they have the most. Yeah, agreed, Sarah. Yeah, why doesn't Sheikh Asim Hakim suggest, he forms a group with the CEOs of the country and make sure they cancel their contracts? Instead, they show off that they got a certificate from the president of France. Yeah, go away, mate. That's a bunch of idiots. Look, bruv, what this shows you is the reality of Muslims in the world. There is no Islamic world. There isn't. It doesn't exist anymore. Muslims, we're all on our own. That's it. We're on our own. Which Muslim country is building towards Islam? Inshallah, I don't know, mate. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Muslims have got problems as minorities. We need solutions. And we need to stop listening to these people like Sheikh Asim Hakim. Yeah, Sheikh Asim Hakim. If you want to come and talk to me, you can come and talk to me. Until then, shut your mouth. Don't interfere in the issues of Muslims outside of Saudi Arabia. Stick to your own place. The UAE government gave Modi the Medal of Honor. Bruv, the UAE banned Muslims from travel. You know how many Muslim countries, and I use that term in quotes, how many Muslim countries were not allowed visas to enter the UAE now anymore? So people complained about the Muslim ban when Donald Trump did it, but they have no problem when the UAE does it. Why don't we focus on Saudi Arabia for a start? It's where Islam spread our center. We need that land back. Only the Kaaba is safe. Well, Mohammed Khan, we need practical, realistic steps. Yeah, you're giving me some idealistic, imaginary concept. That how can we achieve that? Maybe it's achievable, but we still need to take steps at home. So in the UK, I'm sure if you go to any housing estate, full up with drunk drug addicts, when a Muslim single parent, divorced woman, has to walk with her kids to go to the supermarket or take them to school, and she comes out of her house and she has to walk past these kids on BMXs, and they spit on her or pull her hijab. Is there something we can do to help them? There must be something we can do to mobilize Muslims to support each other. And inshallah, I'm going to set up something myself since nobody else is doing it. I mean, whoever wants to jump on and help, you're welcome. I'm going to start off with a Discord group, inshallah. And I'm going to have lots of, subgroups within there, or rooms, whatever the term is. And it's going to be an Ummah Discord, right? It's a Discord group for Muslims who are minority Muslims in the West. And we're going to have expertise in different areas. So let's say a sister, she's being oppressed. She walks down the street, she gets attacked, or her kids are being bullied at school because they're Muslims, right? Then we're going to have people that can mobilize and go and take care of her. Make sure they can speak to the neighbors. This is what one masjid I used to go to back in the day used to do. If anyone was getting troubled, the group of brothers from the masjid would drive down there and make sure nobody troubles them. If there was gangs in the area, they'd speak to the heads of the gangs and make sure nobody messes with the Muslims. Where is that? Do we have that today? So that's one aspect. Another thing, maybe legal help. Muslims who can't afford legal advice, because what's that thing called? Legal aid has disappeared now, pretty much. Well, maybe you've got legal experts that can contribute and advise people who don't have the money to do so. Christians do this for each other. Jews do it for each other. Where are the Muslims? Do you know how much money Muslims generate for zakat? And all the money goes abroad. Reactionary, why are we acting all dumb? The only way to victory is jihad. Tell me I'm lying. Without jihad, we're nothing. Hey, hello, Waisa. How you doing?
Hello, I'm just listening now, but that comment that you just posted whenever a few moments ago, whenever you're done speaking, I'll give a comment for, I guess. The why don't we focus on Saudi Arabia one. But you go ahead, finish what you're talking about.
Sorry, Waisa, my audio cut out. I had to go off and come back in. What did you say?
I was saying, go ahead, finish what you're talking about. And whenever you're done, I'll bring up one of the comments that you posted, what I think about it.
Okay, no worries. Give me a moment then. So yeah, why are we acting all dumb? The only way to victory is jihad. Tell me I'm lying. Without jihad, we're nothing. Well, Muslim man, how do you do jihad without an army? How do you form an army without organization, without money, without technology, without expertise? Jihad isn't just, random people going out their house with their trainers on, and that's not how it works, bro. You need educated people, leadership. People, we're not even doing jihad against ourselves, bro. We're lazy. We're lazy, man. It's the end times, brother. What do you expect? I'm not saying sit around and wait for Mahdi, but I'm saying we're in the worst times. It's obvious if we do anything, we'll get jailed or hated on. Fafu, it's not about sitting around. So it's not about getting jailed for doing anything. Nobody's saying do the wrong thing. There are things that you can do that are the right thing. Now, what's the right thing you can do that's available to you within your means? At the very least, we have the ability to write letters, write emails, write tweets, make a subject trending on social media, do TikTok videos, YouTube videos. At the very least, we can do that. That's our voice. And that is protest. And when people tell you to shut your mouth, imagine a Muslim leader is telling you shut your mouth and get squashed. Shut your mouth and be squashed by the kuffar. Allow them to destroy Islam. Idiots. Yeah, people like Cage Group. I mean, I don't know much about them, but from what I've seen of their marketing, they seem like they're things that the Muslim Ummah needs. So perhaps supporting groups like that, making more of them. Ali Dawah sat down for 3 hours having a mock match with AP, but he hasn't done one show in Afghanistan. Well, LA 111, our issue. Who's doing any issues about the UK? How can we help Afghanistan if we don't help people in the UK and France? The French Muslims need help. And that doesn't mean going over there and taking over the country. No, we need to somehow influence their decision makers to retract these oppressive rules against Muslims. Reactionary is an Uber driver from Kilburn. Is it? Okay.
Well, a part of that is what we have discussed before, right? About how they try to like the scholars or whatever try to tell people that don't vote. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't even participate. And I mentioned to you before, like, why? I mean, technically, the ruling is you can't vote against Islamic principles, but that doesn't mean that you can't form an Islamic party to try to battle against, quote unquote, oppression against your people. Yeah. I mean, you got to think like in France, something like a 17% Muslim, if I'm not mistaken. It's around there, like 15 or something. So that'd be a heavy group to like vote against. You know what I'm saying? Like inside of their parliament. So but if I may, I want to comment on that thing about Saudi Arabia and how stupid it is. You're telling me something about Saudi Arabia. That's we need to worry about them. That's where Islam spread. You're still going to support going on Hajj. What are you talking about? Like the only way to really like get at Saudi Arabia Islamically is to protest Hajj. That's a fact. And you would never do that. Like if you don't think that if like all the Muslims in the world like stop going to Hajj for 10 years, you don't think Saudi Arabia would start changing the way that they do stuff? Of course they would. They'd be forced to. But you're going to sit there and support it simply because, and I mean, maybe you're not going to like the way I say this, reactionary, but you're going to support it simply because your books doesn't say anything about, or your hadiths don't say anything about, if a future Saudi Arabian peninsula government makes actions that go against Islam, you can stop doing Hajj and protest. Yeah. You're going to like look at it that way, in my opinion. But in reality, you're just accepting what they do and you're supporting. Oh, yeah, go on Hajj this year. Give them more money. Give them more money, more tourism. You know what I'm saying? Like, why not, while you're down there, give them a percentage of zakat. that you're supposed to give your Ummah inside of Britain
Yeah,
or France. You get what I'm saying? Like,
exactly.
it's ridiculous. Like, if Muslims really think that Saudi Arabia is so bad, and I hear this from so many Muslims, like, oh, we don't support Saudi Arabia, they're Western puppets, then stop promoting Hajj, period. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
even Allah says that, if you're sick, you're unhealthy, or you do not have the means to do it, then don't do it, and he'll
yeah,
forgive you on the day of judgment. Part of the means to do it is that you support what the Ummah of that area is doing across the world. That's a fact, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, dude. It's just really weird to me, this position that Muslims like, oh, how can we battle? Let's battle against Saudi Arabia. You're not gonna win,
yeah,
period, because you're so confined to your ideology that Muslims have to do Hajj. Yeah, Allah says that He wants you to do it, but He gives you reasons that you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Like,
mm,
and also, if you're gonna say, oh well, He didn't mention the reasons that you're mentioning, why so? That doesn't matter, because Allah says on the day of judgment, He'll forgive any misdeeds that He chooses. So, if maybe He'll agree with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if He's speaking to you, hey, why didn't you do Hajj? Be like, hey, Saudi Arabian government were being puppets of the kuffar. You don't think Allah might be like, you know what? That's a pretty damn good answer, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just think it's crazy. But go ahead, sir.
no, you're definitely speaking sense, why so? I mean, Muslims have to take off these tinted sunglasses and look at the world with its real, in the real light. You know, we're being fooled and brainwashed by these idiots. Sheikh Assim Hakeem. Who the hell is he, man? Who the hell is this guy?
What did he
Shut his
say
mouth.
that's get you pissed off right now, bro?
Like in India, they've banned the hijab, or they're trying to ban the hijab
It's
in
like a
parts of
25
India.
minute video. I thought about starting it, but I didn't have time
Yeah.
to start it yet today. But it did pop up on my feed that he spoke about it, and it's like 25 minutes. But go ahead.
Oh, he's telling them don't protest. Okay, that's it. He just told them don't protest. It's haram to protest. Okay, well, what do you want them to do then? Like, that's it? Is that
Well,
all he
yeah,
can
I mean,
tell
he's
them?
not but he is a proponent of voting. If you've listened to, I've watched a couple of his videos where he has said, you can't vote against things that you can't vote for things that are haram. But if there is something that progresses the Sharia, then vote for it. He's like, go
Yeah,
out and vote. But so maybe that's his middle ground, I guess you would say. So he doesn't seem like he's against people forming an Islamic party, because it makes sense to if you're living in, and I'll use y'all's words, the kuffar countries or whatever, you have to play by their rules, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the way that the world works. If you want to change stuff, you have to play by the rules. Otherwise, you're going to be demonized. That's just, you can see it from Christians in America about abortion clinics. You can see it, Islamically in countries about hijab. You know what I'm saying? But until they accept the fact that, hey, dude, you have the numbers to be a significant voting bloc, so do it. Why don't you do it? You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, I don't understand the mentality.
I'd prefer if the man just shuts his mouth, right? And any questions that come to him about other countries, he should say, refer to your own scholars. Yeah. Who is he? He doesn't know our situation. You can just he's chatting crap. He wants Muslims to shut their mouth and be oppressed and let Islam be eradicated.
I
That's
wouldn't
not
say I
leadership.
wouldn't I wouldn't say that's his opinion, but I mean, if that's
Yeah.
what you feel his opinion is, then that's your right to have that opinion. I would
Well,
definitely say,
I would. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's his opinion to allow Islam to be eradicated, but
but you
if
did just
he's
attribute that to
because
him.
that's the natural outcome of his advice. If his advice is simply shut your mouth, be oppressed, That's all that's going to happen. The only outcome is going to be Muslims are going to be destroyed.
But he also tells Muslims to leave the countries. You know
And
what I'm
go where?
saying?
He said go to Germany. Like,
Well, I mean,
great.
I've heard him say to go to Islamic countries. He's also a proponent that you know that Muslims shouldn't leave uh, Ummah countries and go to Kafir countries unless they have to for like education and stuff. But that should beg the question of why can't Islamic countries have the same level of education? Just in my personal opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think part of my comments is due to me being a little bit upset, right? Because I hear people say you can't expect to get a job just by sitting in your home and praying to God. Well, so what you're saying that we have to take action to get a job? Yes, you have to take action. Okay. And they say you can't change the state of the ummah until you change what's with yourself. And when people want to make a change, they're told, no, 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 just stay at home. Don't say anything. Don't speak. Then how are you going to change anything? So, yeah. So if anyone wants to jump on, give me your
I mean,
comments, give me your thoughts. Go ahead, Faisal.
one thing is, though, and this is my personal opinion, I think that Muslims thrive on being the oppressed, the alleged oppressed.
Yeah.
Like, because they also see it, you can see it with like Uncle Umar when he was talking to you. Like, they think of themselves as like the Sahaba. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like, they get this false sense of struggle that only is on Islam, and that nobody else in the world, no other belief system, ever has to face other than Muslims. So I think that you know Muslims love the victimhood concept. Just my personal opinion.
Yeah. Because the victimhood concept means you don't have to do anything. You can blame others for your problem. You can be lazy. And by blaming others, you expect them to change.
You
The
see,
issue
look,
is not them, it's us who have to change. Sorry?
that comment is perfect. Alleged oppressed. We are oppressed, you mug. Like right there, dude. It's like that's the thing. Like, but Muslims don't believe that they could that anything they could do could ever really oppress other people. Like it's really strange. Like blogging theology, Paul Williams has his own Discord. I mean, Clubhouse right now, and I tried to join after something he said. He was like, and this of course isn't verbatim, but he's like, France, the Muslims are being so oppressed. It's horrible for them. And I wanted to get on just to ask him, hey, in France, do Muslims have more rights than non-Muslims would have in an Islamic rule country? Just a legitimate question. Like,
Yeah.
because as far as I know, they can still build new mosques. They can repair mosques. These are rules against non-Muslims inside of Islamic grand countries. So
Yeah.
that's why I think that it's a weird standing that Muslims always have to be the oppressed. I wonder if, like in Medina, when Muhammad uh, was above all of Arabia, were the Muslims there still being oppressed?
Hmm.
I'm just wondering because like, if there is this concept that Muslims will be oppressed, they always will be oppressed until the final day.
So did
Then
Paul let you on eventually or not?
no, he never let me on.
Does he know who you are?
I went on there a few days ago, and and I mean, I thought it was a pretty good conversation. You know, they wanted to talk about like the the concept of like what was it? they're pretty much talking about contingency. And I even said, I was like, I don't really have an argument for contingency because I don't think philosophy answers anything. Like, all philosophy does is bring up more questions, in my opinion. And I was like, but I sent you in your back chat, Paul, my argument against Islam. So anytime you would like to have that conversation, I would appreciate it. And then we just spoke, you know, but we talked about different things. But I don't know. I don't think he wants me back on. Whatever.
Welcome to the channel, King.
Oh, hello. Yeah.
Yes.
How's everybody?
Good, thank
Well,
you.
yourself?
Huh?
I said, well, yourself?
Oh, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks. So what's the topic today?
Oh, we were talking about Sheikh Assim Hakeem and his advice to Muslims to shut up and just be squashed. What do you have to say to that?
I don't know. It's the situation in India is very, it's very dire situation in India. It's the wrong advice, but you have to understand. Where he's coming from, like his geography. I think in Saudi Arabia, oppression is tolerated, or there's no real political system there where, they don't have elections or protests. It's not allowed. So I think he's giving it from his context.
It's just like this comment that you're posting right now. People can't refute you or argue against you, so they'll just assert what they think you're going to say or do or what your opinion is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I'm saying something wrong, then debate it. Don't just say, oh, Wiseau is going to say no racism exists. I'm not saying that Muslims don't get oppression at certain areas, but what I'm saying is, if you look outside of the Islamic view, you would be honest with yourself. You'd say that a lot of these countries are doing the same thing that Islam allows under their rule. Like, if India doesn't want you to wear a hijab, which Muslims view as a religious type symbol in a way to prove that you're like, okay, inside of Saudi Arabia at the time of Muhammad, he didn't allow non-Muslims to wear hijabs, period. So what? Even though they did have belief systems in the pagans that supported wearing hijab, it didn't matter. That's a point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just this concept that if your religious laws were enforced upon you in the reverse, it's oppression. That's one point that I'm getting at here. Like, it's a weird concept. Like, if India became an Islamic state, right?
Which it was, by the way. But go on.
It's never really been an Islamic state, but
it was ruled by Muslims for 300 years. So
parts of it has been.
The most powerful parts were.
Don't just say India as a whole has been ruled by Muslims, because that's a false assertion.
When you go into the history of things, though, India is an ethno-nationalist state. So the northern states, like Delhi, they're more powerful than the southern states.
The point that I'm making here is,
so there was a sultanate in Delhi.
If it became an Islamic state, and then
Islam
parts of it, right? Not all of India. Not all of India. Okay, there. That's the whole point. That's the
most
only
influential parts. But go on. Mm-hmm.
So, if India became an Islamic state, then they would outlaw Indian religious attire.
No, they wouldn't. Because,
yes, they would. No. It's just like how
Indian
Christians are not allowed.
Indian religious attire is the shalwar kameez. So Islam doesn't change the attire of the people at all.
Yes, it does. You're not allowed to wear religious symbols. Like, Jews and Christians are not allowed to wear religious symbols.
That's
actually
incorrect.
No, that is true.
That's
You can look
incorrect.
at the Pact
No,
of
no, no, no.
Umar.
No, that's incorrect.
Yeah,
Because when Umar,
yes, it is true.
when you speak about something, you have to know something, first of all, and you're making mistakes here. So when Umar ibn al-Khattab, who was the companion of the Prophet and the second caliph of Islam, when he entered into Palestine, or into what is Jerusalem now, every religion had to maintain their own attire. So, for example, a Jewish person wasn't allowed to dress as a Muslim, and a Christian, and vice versa. Every people had their own attire, which they had to stick to, and the attire was not outlawed. So what you're saying is all incorrect, by the way. I don't know if you've studied the history of Islam and how Islam spread into different parts of the world, and why there's still Christians in Egypt and Palestine and these places.
You are not.
And
Hello. I don't know if you
hello?
can hear me. What I'm saying is, and I can't hear you. I saw your bubble move. What I'm saying is, and I'll just step back out and step back in. Hold on. Hello?
Hello? Yep.
What I'm saying is, in Islamic countries, you can't wear non-Islamic religious attire, period. And that they actually, by the Pact of Umar, they would make Jews and Christians wear things that show their religious beliefs so that they would not be confused as Muslims. This is just common. Hold on, let me back. I can't.
Hello? Can you hear me? My audio keeps going.
Yeah, I can hear you. So it seems like the chat doesn't understand what a religious attire is, right? Like religious attire is not just like robes or turbans. It's also representation as such as emblems, right? Like the Star of David or a cross. One could even argue, I can't remember the name of it now, the dot that I can't remember exactly what they call it right now, but the dot that like Hindus put in between their eyes. Like this could be a religious attire. That's the whole point that I'm making. And because you're trying to you're trying to confuse the law, in my opinion. Like this is Islamic understanding.
Okay, so what are we
so
saying?
Notice,
So
this is the point. Like Sarah wrote the exact point that I'm making. You saying under Islamic law, Christian can't have a cross in church. Ha ha. Who said that? Who said that? You can't publicly display a cross inside of an Islamic country. That's a fact.
yes, you can. You can. What are you talking about?
Under the Sharia, you cannot.
Okay, for example, take Nigeria. Is there Sharia law in Nigeria?
Wait, you're talking Nigeria, where they're fighting the northern and the southern parts.
No, they're not fighting, by the way. They're not fighting, but why are you laughing? Okay. I'm West African. I'm West African. Okay. Are you crazy?
So Boko Haram isn't fighting in Nigeria.
That's an insurgency against.
But that's a fighting.
The federal government. That's insurgency against the federal government.
That's a fighting, dude.
Who are they fighting against? And who have they killed?
They're
So
fighting.
the majority of people Boko Haram have killed
Boko
are
Haram is
Muslims.
fighting the Boko Haram are fighting the civilians, dude. They're going and
Yes,
kidnapping individuals. They're not really fighting the government. It's not like they're
yes, they
going
are
out and trying
fighting
to
the government.
battle.
Oh my
It's
God.
not like they're trying to battle
But the
military
point
stations.
is, what I'm
They are
trying to say,
targeting civilians and
keep
kidnapping
quiet.
children. They're kidnapping children, and you're claiming that they're battling the government.
Of course they're battling the government. Are you stupid? They're fighting against the federal government. Nigeria is a federation. What are you talking about?
So kidnapping children is battling the government. Gotcha.
So then, okay, who chases after them when they go into the bush? Which soldiers? Are they federal government soldiers?
You realize that
We
that's
don't know
a
what you're
total
talking
different.
about.
No, that's a totally different argument, dude.
No, it's
The
not.
argument
You
here
don't
is who
understand
are
what
they
you're...
fighting? How many military installations have you heard being battled against by Boko Haram
That's the
versus
first thing they attacked. No.
versus Boko Haram
No. You don't
attacking
understand.
villages and kidnapping children and women? Which one do you hear
No.
about as the battle strategy
Look,
of
when
Boko
someone is
Haram?
trying to educate you, you have to keep quiet and listen. Like I said, the first attack was against a police station in northern Nigeria. Boko Haram has a history.
First attack. How long ago was this first attack?
This attack was about, I think they've been fighting for over 10 years now. So their first attack was against the federal government. So you don't understand. And when they blew up, they actually they're fighting against soldiers and policemen. So you have to know what you're talking about first.
No, dude, you are making a false comparison, right?
No. I'm not making a false comparison. But
Listen.
You're making claims that Christians can't show a cross in a church. And this is totally incorrect. I'm from West Africa. What are you talking about? Muslims and Christians live side by side.
Most Muslims would never. Most Muslims say that there is no country that governs by the Sharia. Firstly, so then when you're trying to bring up, so then what did you instantly do? You fell into that trap of trying to say, well, what about Nigeria?
You're making these claims that Christians can't display a cross in a Muslim country. The oldest Christian communities are in Muslim countries. So I don't know what you're talking about.
You really believe that? The oldest Christian communities, those are not the oldest. Countries. Those are not the oldest Christians. You understand that?
Okay, who are the oldest Christians, and which countries are they in? Who are the first Christians? Who are the first Christians?
So so the oldest Bible that we really have is
no. I'm not talking about Bible. Oldest Christians, as in people. That's incorrect what you're saying. So give me the oldest Christian, the first Christian communities. Which country are they?
Well, technically, wouldn't it be in the area of Palestine and Jerusalem, because that's where Christianity started?
Exactly. And then, like I explained to you in the beginning, the second Caliph of Islam went to Jerusalem. Yes?
So that doesn't mean that, but they're not Islamic now. They're not Islamic now, dude. Anyway. You understand that? They're not Islamic now. Like, Jerusalem is not Islamic. That's a ridiculous claim. He wanted to claim that Boko Haram is an insurgency against the government. One can make that argument. Yes, they want to establish an Islamic state and take over all of Nigeria to enforce Islamic law. But the difference is they're not really attacking the government. They're attacking villages, okay? They're attacking people that are the kuffar, village by village, attacking them, raiding them, taking their children and their women. And then he tried to say, oh, well, who goes after them? Who chases them? So what, dude? What does that matter? How does that help your argument that Boko Haram is just an insurgency? When you can look at the majority of the conflict that Boko Haram causes is against individual villages and towns. I don't see how that makes sense, dude. And this concept that, oh yeah, they can display crosses. You serious? You serious that Islamic Sharia allows people to go around with what is now considered Mushrikeen concepts, right? Like the cross, the Trinity, that Jesus is God. You're telling me that an Islamic country is going to allow people to walk around with a cross pretty much saying Jesus is God, is divine? Is that the argument now? Or that Jews can walk around wearing stars of David on their clothes, or like necklaces, which pretty much is a flat out renouncing of Muhammad and his prophethood. I never said that they're not allowed churches. Look at this. Look at this. So, in the Pack of Umar, right? They are allowed churches, right? But they can't build new ones. That's what I said earlier. I said when I was speaking about France, right? I said, well, it's, in France, Muslims are allowed to build new mosques. They're allowed to repair their mosques, right? If they come decrepit in some way. But the Sharia, through the rightly guided caliph, say that you cannot have a church taller than a mosque. You cannot build new churches, and that you're not even supposed to allow them to repair churches. They are supposed to be into decline to where they never exist. That's the thing, man. Like, people have to straw man arguments because they can't defend it, dude. Like, oh, now he's saying they can't have. Nobody says they can't have churches. They can't build new ones, though. That's for damn sure. Inside of Islamic countries. When's the last time you heard of a church being allowed to be built inside of Saudi Arabia? How much ministries are allowed to fly over to Saudi Arabia and preach Christianity? If Islam is so great to Jews and Christians, how come Islamic countries that had Jews and Christians really don't have Jews and Christians anymore, like the numbers that they allegedly used to before Islam took over? Just ask yourselves that, if you're going to be sincere about what you're saying. So Papa Coop says France has banned new mosque and has closed hundreds. Okay, so isn't that just reverse Islam? That's like if Islam was in power and they would not allow new churches, new temples, the synagogues. They surely wouldn't allow Mushrikeen temples, right? Like, are you or what? You really think that that's going to be allowed? This guy says because all the Jews moved to Israel and the USA. That's the level of intellect that we are dealing with right here. Reverse Islam. Hey, I agree. It probably is extreme secularism. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not so sure that it's actually secularism at that point, right? Because secularism is just supposed to be separation from church and state. So if the state is imposing that religious areas or religious places are to be shut down, torn down, taken away from religious people, then that's not really secularism, right? That's actually the state imposing onto religion. So I'm not sure if that's actual secularism. Sorry. I'd actually have to check that. I have not heard that France has banned new mosques. But, let's see if that's a real law. If it's a law that Muslims can no longer build any mosque inside of France. Let's see if that's a real law. I would do it on my phone, but it would back me out of this reactionary. Are you there? It's just me against your chat.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, yeah, my headset's not working for some reason, so I have to switch off the Bluetooth. and sometimes my audio cuts out. But yeah, go ahead. You're welcome to talk on that.
Well, they're claiming that I'm lying. Do you know if I'm lying or not, or what's wrong? What's
From
wrong
what I
with
heard,
what I'm saying?
well, I didn't hear everything, but the bit I heard about France. So I guess that's the issue. France claims to be secular, yet they're interfering with the religion, and there's only one religion they're really playing with, and that's Islam. They don't care about the other religions. So although they claim to be secular, they're being Islamophobe, or yeah, anti-Islamic.
So, is it true that they passed a bill, a law that says that no new mosque can be built? Is that true?
Where in France?
Yes.
Possibly. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
That's the claim that somebody made in your chat, that it is banned to build a new mosque in France, the whole country. Now, if that's true, which I just don't believe that's true. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't believe that. If it's true, then that's definitely not secularism, right? Because secularism is supposed to be separation of church and state, not only on the concept of theology, becoming a theological country, right? Like a theocracy. It's also that the state cannot impose own religious institutions. That's supposed to be the concept. So I don't know. I can't search that on my phone right now because it will back me out.
Yeah, I understand. Hold on, Rich LK. What do you say? If Christians and Sikhs wore niqabs, I assure you, France would ban them too. Reactionary. Well, they're not talking about niqabs. They're talking about removing the headdress, the hijab. They don't even want Muslims to wear a hijab on the beach. Yeah, they want the woman to take off her top on the beach. That's the extent to which they're going.
I mean, if it was fair play, then that would mean nuns wouldn't be able to wear their headscarves either.
There you go.
I mean, just, an unbiased stance. Like, if it was actually something that is like attacking a religious symbol just because it's a religious symbol and not affiliated with a specific religion just because it is religious in general, then they should make it where nuns can't wear their headgear in public either. So,
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
What's going on here then? What do we have here?
Yeah, and
Yeah. Hey man, how's the Muslims? How's the Muslims?
it's not just by attacking religion and saying, because the idea of secularism doesn't really make sense. To say you're going to separate, I guess, church and state on the one hand, but the thing is, state is supposed to represent society. It's supposed to work for the service. It serves society, but society is made up of people and religion. So the state in reality, should serve religions which are practiced and supported by people. So to completely separate them, the only way you can do an absolute separation is if you support a godless concept where nobody can have any religion. And it's just, it makes no sense, really.
I don't really think
Is that why you're introducing Wiseau to the scene so we get used to it, yeah? Is that what Wiseau's doing here? So this godless thing, we get an introduction.
So I don't think that that's the concept of secularism. Really, the secularism, the start of secularism is supposed to be, when it was originated, is that no religion can conquer another religion. That no religion can take over a government and then enforce religious laws on a people that are not of that religion. That's supposed to be the concept. Now,
I agree.
like with everything, though, things evolve. You know what I'm saying? And for the good or the bad, it just depends. But I don't know enough about. I know that allegedly France is like an extreme secular country by that concept, but I don't know all their laws and stuff, so I don't know.
Bond them, innit? If they want to leave their scripture, because all their scripture, it tells their women and even the like coverings, you know, how to cover their head and everything. Even with the Hindu scripture, it tells them about the veil, innit? To cover themselves and all that. So if they want to leave their scripture, innit, and join YSO, man, they could go to hell, innit? What can you do?
Not every conversation is about me, guy. Your obsession is starting to bleed through.
Bond that, man. You're a target, innit? You're on the channel, man.
Welcome back, King.
Oh yes, yes. Welcome back. Welcome back. How is everybody?
So what were you saying before you got cut off?
Yeah, sorry, there's problems with communication. No, we were just saying that, yeah, that if you go, this idea that religious symbols are banned in Muslim countries is incorrect. Even if we look at the UAE, some of the biggest cathedrals and churches are actually in Muslim countries. And if you look at the history of the Coptic Christians in Egypt, all of their religious symbols are protected. So I don't know why. I don't know where YSO is getting his information from.
So firstly,
Why
you're
so lie
conflating
so?
what I'm actually saying, right? Like nobody's denying that there are churches inside of some Islamic countries, but the point that I'm making is, and you tell me, what happens if somebody wears a cross inside of Saudi Arabia out in public? Are you claiming that nothing happens to them? That they're perfectly legal to wear a cross walking around inside, or a Star of David inside of Saudi Arabia? Is that your position?
I'm not for. I can't speak. Like I told you, I'm not from Saudi Arabia. I can't speak about that country. But yeah, like I told you, I've been around the Middle East, and there's churches and Christians with crosses
I never made
everywhere.
the claim that there aren't churches in those countries. You
No, but you're
understand
saying
that?
you're not even allowed to work. And this thing, you're
I never
speaking
said.
like we're in
Well, tell
Nazi
me what I
Germany.
said. Tell me
I
what
don't
I
know which.
said.
I have Jewish friends. I don't know who walks around
Tell me
with a Star
what
of
I
David on
said.
their chest.
Tell me what I said that you think that you are refuting.
You said that the Jewish people have fled Muslim lands and have gone elsewhere. As you said.
That's a different topic. I'm asking King because he thinks that he's refuting me by mentioning that there's churches inside of Islamic countries, but nobody claimed that there wasn't. The claim is that they
No,
can't build
you're saying
new.
that.
I said, hey, the claim was that
I have
Islamically,
Jewish friends. I don't
that,
see
that
anyone
doesn't
wearing a
matter
Star of
anything.
David.
That
You
doesn't
got
matter
Jewish friends. You
anything.
got Jewish friends.
You're talking like people walk around with a Star of David on their forehead or on their blazer, like it's Nazi Germany or something.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
what you're
caught that
talking
as
about.
well. I caught that why he thinks like that. His
No,
mindset
I
is
didn't.
like Nazi.
Wait, did you ignore earlier when I said that religious apparel is not just clothing, that it can also be like necklaces, it can be emblems sewn into people's clothes. I didn't say what you. That's the thing. I don't. Why is it that nobody can actually address arguments and that they have to change what a person says?
Because what you do,
So,
yeah, is like talk less and listen more, innit? Then it'll be
so
alright.
So, what was the original claim? It wasn't that there aren't any churches in Muslim countries, right? It was that under the Sharia, no new churches are allowed to be built. Okay? That's the first claim. Now, do you have a problem with that claim?
Sorry?
So, do you have a problem with that claim that under Sharia, no new churches are allowed to be built?
Why do you keep saying under Sharia? Are we living under Sharia? I
Notice
don't
he doesn't
understand.
want to answer the question.
We keep moving. You keep talking about Star of David.
Yes. Yeah, it's a trick question. You're right, brother. This guy's slippery because
Question.
he's trying to ask you as if you're living under an Islamic state, as if you are.
Yeah,
So well
exactly.
done. Well, good catch. Good catch. He's slippery, isn't it?
It's not a trick question. It's about the rulings in Islam that you claim I am lying about or maybe just wrong about.
Yeah, he caught you. He caught you because them rulings are not applicable because there's no anyway. So he caught that, innit?
He tried to claim that southern Nigeria was a Sharia compliant area. That was his argument before. That's the reason I even said most Muslims on this earth would not say that there is any Sharia, actual Sharia country on this planet or Sharia land. I even addressed that earlier. So how is that a trick question if I addressed it? You understand that? Do y'all even listen?
But okay, listen. What is the question?
Dude, you have an issue about what I claimed. So then you went to saying something like, well, churches exist here and there. I never claimed that they didn't. I said that under the Sharia rulings, that no new churches are allowed to be built inside of an Islamic country. Do you have a problem with that statement?
Are you talking about in the past? I don't understand what you're saying.
No. What? So if there was
So okay, when was the
true
last time
so listen.
there was
If
Sharia
there
law?
was
When was the last time there was Sharia law?
Listen, dude, this is just evading the question. Notice that they won't answer the question because they know
No,
what it will
because
sound
you're
like.
talking about like, look, I have Jewish friends
That doesn't matter. What does that
in
matter?
London, but I don't see people walking around with the Star of David. You're talking like what, in the 1930s,
Understand that is irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah, but you're displaying that mindset, innit, of like, yeah, I want to put these, like how they done in them camps, innit? How they used to like brand people with the iron,
I never
with
said
these funny
that,
shapes.
dude.
And that. You're
Look at
getting,
this.
you're getting them.
Look at how people have to distort conversations because they don't want to even answer one question because they know what it will sound like if they say it. Because they know that if they admit under the true Medina, like let's just say Medina Sharia, the perfect Sharia with Muhammad at the top, right? That form of Sharia. If that Sharia comes into existence again on this earth, are churches or temples allowed to be built on that land?
Yeah. Yeah, they are, yeah. So what? What happened?
Where's your evidence for that? Because I can bring multiple evidences that refute you.
Listen, my friend. Now, not everybody's Muslim, right? And the system what Almighty Allah placed down here adequates for all the people, not just Muslims. So yeah, there will be like space and whatever made for other people. What makes you? Why would you say no?
There will be space. That space has to already exist. That's the point. It cannot be built.
Let's make some space then, innit? Why are you so against people though? What's the hatred like? Is your lineage? Is it
This guy
from?
cannot focus.
Are you from von Heisenhower's lineage?
So your position is that under the Medina type of Islam, the Sharia, that Muhammad would allow the church to be built.
Oh, listen, look, that was
Do you believe
1400 years ago.
Do you believe that Muhammad would allow a church
Are you?
to be built?
Have you lost? What year are you living in? We're not living in 1400 years ago.
Listen, dude.
Why do you
That doesn't
imagine? Why
matter
do you have
because
these
that
fantasies?
doesn't
Why
matter.
are your brain is
Do you believe that
fantastical?
Do you believe that the Medina Sharia, when Muhammad ruled inside of Arabia, that Medina was the perfect Sharia and the perfect way governed for Muslims? Do you believe that? Yes or no? So because if yes, it doesn't matter if it was 1400 years ago.
Listen, it wasn't just Muslims in Medina. There was all types of people in Medina, and yeah, it was a justice system for all
Just
people. Why? Why are you
answer the
crying?
question.
No, it wasn't
Do
just
you
Muslims in
believe?
Medina.
Do you believe
What?
that Muhammad would allow new synagogues and new churches to be built inside of Medina after it became a Muslim peninsula?
Well, what? Not really, no. Well, it was
Okay,
the
then.
case, was it?
There we go. There we go,
Why are
dude.
you crying
It's
for,
that
though?
simple.
Why are you crying?
It's not crying. That's the reason, dude. You try to say that I'm being emotional when I'm just
In
bringing
Medina,
facts. I'm
listen,
bringing facts, dog.
in Medina, in Arabia, there's not allowed to be built churches
That's
even
exactly
today.
what this argument is, dude. You understand that?
What are you arguing for? How come you're always so much argumentative? Do you like what? Like, I mean, what? I mean, you don't talk.
Have to
Do
deceive
you
the conversation?
against these new curriculums coming into
It took
children?
15 minutes. It took 15 minutes to finally admit the truth. Why? What's your mic, dude? That is ridiculous.
Hello?
Perfect concept of Islam is Medina, side of Sharia. Muhammad ran. Everything there is the ideal concept. So then, when I ask a very simple question, like, would Muhammad allow that? Temples, synagogues,
Fix your mic, though.
churches. The answer is no. He would not allow that.
Oh yeah, you dumb or something?
It's funny how y'all would claim that, yeah, like churches and temples, they can be built and such. But Muhammad even said that if it was up to him, he would cast out all the Jews and Christians. So how the hell are they going to be building new churches and temples? It makes no sense.
Listen, they're not going to build nothing. They're not. There's no permission in it for them to build it in Arabia. Any of that stuff. Fix your mic, man. What happened to your mic?
If we are allowed,
did you buy a new mic or something?
To build new churches under Islamic law. If yes, we accept. That's not Ibu. That that's not true because you have the rightly guided caliphs, right? The rightly guided caliphs the Pact of Umar, when he conquered Palestine, Jerusalem area, he made a pact, and it is ascribed, and because he's a rightly guided caliph, that became the Sharia also. And inside of that, you are not allowed to build new churches, new temples, right? And that it actually, a couple of versions say that you're not even allowed to repair ones that have become decrepit. And that Jews and Christians are not allowed to wear any of the symbols of their religious faith in public. So nobody has refuted anything that I've said on here, man. Nothing. Are you in a helicopter right now? Because it's like one thing I love about this guy.
So how does it then? Why so? How does it affect you, like this information?
Ibo says, if it's Sahi, yes. You're acting like you only follow Sahi. That's not true. Muslims also follow Hassan, right?
Do you know Ibu? Do you know him?
No, I don't.
Ibuprofen. You know ibuprofen. He's all right, man. He's gonna bring the proof for you. But so as far as you're concerned, you're not bothered about lying and being a kafir, hiding over the truth and lying. That doesn't bother you at all.
Look at this guy. He happened to change the conversation because he got defeated by his own words.
Well, you're the one, innit? Alhamdulillah, you're doing the dawah for us, innit? Recognition of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the greatest man to have ever walked the planet Earth. So carry on, man.
Back reactionary.
Yo, can you hear me?
Hello,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry. There's
Yeah.
problem with reception. Hello?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, you can hear us now. Okay, so yeah, there's problem with reception.
Why so creeping when I'm sleeping? Why so creeping when I'm sleeping? Why?
So I don't understand. We seem to be why. So what is your exact question, and what time period are you referring to?
Oh my gosh, dude! Time periods.
Because I no, because
Is
you're
the
mixing.
Sharia relevant
Sometimes
to
you're
time
talking.
periods? Or Sharia
No.
is the true Sharia relevant to just
Okay.
time periods?
Are we talking about? Cause when I entered into the show, we were talking about a hijab ban in India. Now we seem to be talking about Medina, Saudi Arabia.
What was the conversation
the start
in between
of David? We seem to be moving all over the place.
What was that? No, it's not all over the place. It's just that you don't want to follow what the actual conversation is. You want to try. You're so determined to try to say that I'm wrong that you refuse to even focus on the conversation. That's
okay, I'm focused now. So ask your question, because I thought we were discussing the topical news of the hijab ban in India, but now we seem to be talking about.
What did I say? What was my original comment about that?
Your original comment about that, it didn't seem to discuss the comment. It seemed to say Muslims wouldn't allow religious symbols in their societies either. This is what I understood.
He's wild with his accusations, man. Wild, totally wild, unfathomable. You know, no evidence whatsoever, just straight blatant,
So
like
to you,
claimed.
No evidence.
No.
I even used your own.
We can be civil.
I used your own religion as evidence.
No evidentiary matter.
Are you backtracking, Ratfest? Are you backtracking and saying that Muhammad would have allowed temples, synagogues, churches to be built inside of Arabia? Are you backtracking? Because you said
they were already built. They were
10 minutes ago. That's not the point. Why do you keep saying that, King? No, that's not the point. No, that's not the point, King.
That is the point. So he didn't. Did he order for them to be destroyed? Does the Quran order for synagogues and churches to be destroyed?
Well, Muhammad did send for them to go and destroy other.
No. See, you're. So
no. Listen.
Order for churches to be destroyed.
So now you only go with the Quran. You don't go with Sunnah anymore. Okay, got you.
No, we go with both.
So did Muhammad order for Kaabas to be destroyed?
Order what to be the Kaaba?
What the hell?
No, there's one. There was also a Kaaba inside of like Yemen. Did he order for them to go and destroy it?
No, he didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. There was no Kaaba in
Yes,
Yemen.
there was.
So
there was multiple
No,
Kaabas.
There wasn't.
Yes, there was.
He's talking. Yeah, he's wet, man. Why so's a wet youth, man? Why so very wet, man? Because you know, like them statues and stuff like that.
Is that when the Prophet ﷺ sent Mu'adh ibn Jabal to Yemen to call them to Islam, he said, you're going to a land of the people of the book. So the first thing you call them to is the prayer, and then ask them that they have to pay zakat. So no, the companions that were sent to different regions of Arabia were given orders to call the people to Islam. And
So
at
you're
that time,
claiming
Yemen
you're
was a
claiming
Christian
Islamic
country.
sources. You're claiming that Islamic sources don't say that there was multiple Kaabas inside of the peninsula.
No, they don't. They don't. Prove,
Yes, they do.
Show me from. Actually, the story you're referring to is that Abraha, because Yemen was linked to East Africa at that time, so there was an East African occupation of Yemen prior to the coming of the Prophet ﷺ. So they were actually Christians, and Abraha, which was
Yeah. Have you heard of
he
Abraha? Why so? Has he heard of him?
Abraha had built a huge church in Yemen, and he actually went to destroy the Kaaba. So I don't know why. So I don't know where
No,
you're
that's
getting
not
your
the
information
story.
from.
That's not the story.
That is the story, and it's in
No,
the
it's not.
Quran.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, let him tell us. Let him. Go on, why so? Go for it.
Inside of your Islamic sources, that there was multiple Kaabas across the Arabian Peninsula, and that Muhammad sent parties out to destroy them.
How could there be multiple Kaabas in the Arabian Peninsula? When the Quran says,
what does Kaaba mean, dude?
Shush.
What does Kaaba
When the
mean?
Quran is saying that the Arab tribes of Arabia, they used to go to Mecca to perform pilgrimage. How could there be
that
multiple
doesn't matter.
Kaabas?
Because what does Kaaba mean? It means cube. So there was multiple cubes. It's not
No,
that
it doesn't
there's only
mean that.
one
It
cube.
doesn't mean that. I don't know what you're talking about. Which sources are you referring to? Islamic sources say that the Kaaba was built by Abraham, alayhi salam. You understand? It doesn't say that there was multiple.
Kaaba. That's only one Kaaba.
I don't know what
Yeah, we're all right with one Kaaba, thanks. At least he admitted it. King, you're all right. Now, let's move on to the next part, innit? Why so?
Yes,
why
I'm
so
right again.
sleeping
Thank
when
you,
I'm
Rat
sleepy?
Fast. Look who's number one.
Hurry up.
Hello?
Look, man. I can hear you. He got it, man.
I'm
He
not
got
sure.
served. He got the treatment. He got the good treatment, the medicine. I think he's COVID-free now.
But I don't know what is wrong with Waiso, and I don't know what is. He sounds like he's a Jewish person from New York, and he's confusing issues.
His story is quite like, I didn't want to tell people in it, but his story is quite distressing. Do you know about it?
No, I don't know. I've never.
Yeah, man. It's one of those ones, like it's like a man, but he always felt like he was a woman trapped in a man's body. So you know what I mean?
Oh, is he Amy Newman?
You can't address any argument, so you have to talk about the person. Now, when you try to, that's the thing, man. I made a claim, right, that there was multiple Kaabas. What does Kaaba mean? What is the definition of Kaaba?
I'm giving you from Islamic sources, yeah. I'll read a surah for you in Arabic, that might translate it into English. Like I told you.
What does Kaaba mean?
You know the king of Habasha.
Look,
Abraha.
I'm gonna go Hamza on you. What does it mean? What does that mean?
There were not multiple
what does
Kaabas.
Kaaba mean?
It's irrelevant what Kaaba. Like there were not multiple Kaaba. I don't know what you're talking about. There were not multiple Kaabas because the tribes of Arabia used to migrate to Mecca to perform pilgrimage.
Have you actually studied?
I don't know what you're talking.
Then what?
Now, for example,
what does Kaaba mean? What does Kaaba mean?
Can you give me the
what
Quranic
does Kaaba
verse that orders us to destroy churches?
What
and
does
synagogues?
Kaaba mean?
No, you're going backwards now. Can you give me the Quranic verse which orders Muslims to go and destroy churches and synagogues?
I never claimed that. You realize
yes,
you
have
did.
To... You said
no,
we're not allowed to. Yes, you did. You said that other religions are not allowed to display their religious symbols.
Why did you say? So now you're claiming they're not allowed to. That I did say that they're not allowed to show public displays of their religion. But how does that equate to you saying that I said that the Quran tells people to destroy?
You said
That's not the
because you
same
said
thing, dude.
according to Islamic scriptures, no new churches or mosques are allowed to be built. That's what you said.
No, I did not say by Islamic scriptures. Do you understand the difference here? I said that the pack of Umar, which is not Islamic scripture, but he is a rightly guided caliph. You understand?
Yes, I understand. Yep,
Then
I
why
understand.
can't? Okay, so then how does that fit to what you just said that I allegedly said?
No, because you. This is what I'm saying. Okay, what are we discussing now? Let's go back. Are we discussing Sharia law, the time of Medina, the time of Umar, the pre-Islamic practices of Arabia, like what religions? And you're saying there was Kaabas everywhere. There was a Kaaba
I never
in
said
Yemen,
that.
a Kaaba in Baghdad.
I said that there
Kaaba
was
in
multiple
Syria.
Kaabas. There was
So
more
according
than
to you,
one.
there were multiple
More than one.
Kaabas, and everyone used to
Yes.
go. They used to go from Yemen to Syria
I never said
to
that.
Iraq.
I never said that, dude. That's
So
the
what
problem.
are you saying then?
That's the
What are
problem,
you saying?
dude. You are so hurt right now that you are trying to
I'm
say
not.
things. No, you are so hurt that you're trying to say that I said things that I've never said. You understand that? That is like
Okay.
that is derailment 101, dude.
Okay, so tell us what you're saying.
So, Islamically, under the Sharia, no new churches, temples, synagogues are allowed to be built. Islam takes over.
Okay. And that's according to you, yeah?
Do you say that is not true?
And are you referring to now, or what period in time of
I'm
history
talking
are you
about
referring to?
Sharia.
Okay, so was there ever a time where Sharia law was implemented in the way you're talking about?
The time of Umar.
Hmm?
Time of Umar, yes.
And did that continue? So after Umar, did that stop, or did Islam spread
It's still
further?
a ruling. It's still a ruling. Do you understand that?
I know it's a ruling, but there's
so then you
a
agree.
ruling in
You
Islam.
agree. So then you agree
No,
that what I said is true.
I'm not agreeing with you. I said, like, look, a ruling can be someone's ijtihad. Yes? So there's rulings in Islam where a scholar can make ijtihad. He can say, oh, the scholar can say, in this time period, I think coffee or smoking is permissible. Or, you understand? So there's
This is such a ridiculous argument.
No, it's not a ridiculous argument.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not a ridiculous argument, because you have to understand is under different caliphs, there were different situations. So also under Caliph Umar, he said that he went in his rulership, there was a famine. So he said that anybody stealing, you don't have to chop off their hand, because there's a famine. So people will be like, if someone steals food, it's due to hunger. It's out of necessity. So I'm not going to implement this part of the Sharia, for example. So it doesn't mean that Sharia is abrogating.
Oh my gosh, dude! I love how
I'm giving you.
Why so creeping while I'm sleeping? Why so creeping when we're sleeping? Why she cry a lot, man? But look, just admit defeat, innit?
Caliph said that, oh, we're not going to implement Sharia like Muhammad did. You're telling me that?
No, you have to understand how Sharia is. I'm telling you, like, for example, we have laws now under coronavirus, yes? And these are emergency laws, state of emergency.
Yeah.
So you're not allowed to leave the house, for example. So am I going to say that is that Sharia law? Is that American law? Or is this a state of emergency? Do you see what I'm saying?
No, you're not. It's not the same thing.
I'm telling you, this guy, man.
Is there martial law in America?
He tried to compare these laws to Sharia. Oh my gosh, dude.
And unfortunately, you're very you don't understand nuance. I don't know what you're talking. Sometimes you're referring to Nazi Germany, people walking around with the start of days.
The ancestors. He does bring up the ancestors. He brings the ancestors up quite often.
Ridiculous, dog. Y'all are out there with your like trying to like
No, because we were
justify your
discussing
position.
no, the
You're
thing is,
trying
we
to
were
justify a
discussing modern day
position.
India. When I
You're
entered
trying
the
to justify.
conversation,
You're trying to
we were
justify a
discussing modern day
position.
India.
You're trying to justify a position that isn't inside of your religious teaching.
Yes,
But
it is. You don't know that's what I'm saying. Look, for example, we were discussing modern day India. Now we're going back 1,000 years talking about Caliph Omar. I don't know how are the two related. It's like me.
so
I
when I
discuss modern day
mentioned
Britain.
when I
If I discuss modern
mentioned
day Britain, then you
so
start talking about
when
King
I
Henry
mentioned
VIII.
when I
What's King
mentioned
Henry VIII got to do with modern day Britain?
when I
What are you talking
mentioned about the hijab inside of India and the way that
Mhm.
they are doing it, the first thing I said is Muslims should start trying to vote inside of their parliament, build political parties, and then vote those parties inside of the countries that they're in to try to gain the ability to influence the laws in their favor. That's the
They
first
can't
thing
do
I
that. They're a
said.
minority, but go on.
What do you
No,
think
that
they've
doesn't
been trying to
matter,
do for?
dude. That doesn't matter. It's like in France where there's like a 15+% of Muslims. That's a huge voting block inside of
No,
parliament.
it's about 10%, by the way. It's not 50, but anyway, go on.
Okay. Yeah,
But
okay.
in a democracy, how's 10% to 90%?
The point is, you
So
can
if the
change
majority
the.
decide to ban
It's not
hijab,
even.
which
You
they did,
realize it's not a major. It's not a true democracy, right? That it's a republic. That these places are republics and not democracies, and that in democracies, minority voting blocks can stop legislation or actually can get legislation
they
passed
can't.
through.
They can't
You
stop the
under,
legislation.
dude? You are an
They can't.
idiot.
What do you mean? I live in
I
Europe. Who are you talking about? Okay, then. So can the minority voting bloc in France, can they stop the rise of the far right and Marie Le Pen?
Yes, because the
Can
far
they?
right, as you call it, is a minority bloc itself.
No, they're not. What it does, Macron has to pander to the far right to win
you're,
the election, so
dude,
then he can introduce
you
more
mentioned.
Islamophobic
Notice
policies.
he mentioned
That's
a
what happens
person
in
as far
France.
right. He mentions a person that was far right.
100, 100.
Didn't
That's
win
true,
the
yeah.
election. Didn't win the election, and then he has to equate Macron, who is a progressive, a leftist, and he's saying, "Oh
He's
well,
not a
he has to
leftist.
appeal. He has to
Would
appeal."
Macron attacks Islam on a daily basis? He calls the immigrants in France. He said they're trying to live in separate societies.
You don't believe that they
And
do that.
and
You don't
but
believe
why
that they
do they
do
do that?
that.
They're actually minorities. I wouldn't refer them to as a
You
religious
don't believe that they do
minority.
that. You don't believe they do that.
Why do minorities coalesce?
I'm
Why
asking
do they
you, do they
coalesce?
do that? Do they
No, I'm
do
not.
that?
No. But what's the reasons for them
No, it's not
coalescing
about
in
the reason.
certain
It's about what
areas?
you just said. You were trying to make a claim that because he said that the minority groups or the religious people, whoever, whichever way he phrased it, they tried to live in their own communities. You're trying. It sounded like you were saying what he said is a lie. But do they do that?
No. But what you
Do
told me.
they do it, King?
No. Let's go back to the first question.
Do they do it?
I can't say they do. I can't say they do or they do. I don't live in France.
Oh
but
my
I know
gosh! Listen to
my
this
own
guy.
experience.
You
Is
know that
due
it's
to
true. You know
no,
that it's true that
migrant groups.
when people migrate to a different area, a different country, they tend to go into areas that their culture, their people, their migrants from those countries or areas, religious backgrounds.
But that's what you
that
done,
they
innit?
are
That's
able.
what you done when you went into America and savaged all the landowners there, innit?
This is just how this goes with this guy. The point that I'm making is they do that.
Yeah.
They do that.
Okay. But
You
are they
do
trying
that.
to
You
live in
do
a
that.
separate society?
You done did that.
Are they
You're
trying
still
to
doing
live
that.
in a separate society where Sharia law is higher than the French law? Do you believe that?
I
So
definitely
these
believe. I do believe
migrant
that.
groups, do they have their own
So, are you
courts and their
claiming
own
that? Are
police?
you claiming that there's no evidence of Sharia ran zones inside of Western nations?
No. See, now
That
you
that
see. Are we talking about France or Western? You see, you
what,
can't.
France.
You have to.
There's videos of France doing it. There's videos inside of of the UK of Muslim-ran areas that have a majority Muslim area, and that they patrol the streets. They put up signs
Now
that
hold this
say that
down,
this
innit?
is a Sharia
What
area.
what does Sharia mean? What does Sharia mean?
No, that's a guy.
Yeah.
What
Can you
does
give me an
Sharia mean? The
example?
word. What does the word
Why should
Sharia
Give
mean?
me
why
examples
should
in
I
English.
answer? King never answered what Kaaba means.
I told you,
Why
Kaaba,
should I
man. It's
answer
the
that?
holy place for the Muslimin, innit? It's
That's
there
not
in
what
Mecca,
the
innit?
word originally means. You understand that? That's what Muslims
Qibla,
refer on to.
Qibla,
It's just like,
Qibla.
dude, no, that's Qibla is the direction, you idiot.
Yeah,
No,
well, that's where you.
no.
Where you think the
You
direction
are an
is?
idiot.
To Mars or something?
No.
Bro, you the guy
Let's
with
do
the naked photo.
the Kaaba
You
is
the
You're
guy
an
with
direction.
some
idiot.
naked guy,
Doesn't mean
naked
that.
You're an
photos on the thing,
idiot.
man. You're the fool, bruv. You're the 100% fool. He thinks he
You
talks
are an
about like as if
idiot.
he's living in 1400 years ago. This guy, you're the proper fool, bruv. You're sitting on
You are an
you're
idiot.
sitting on something, man. Honestly, you're the idiot, bruv. You're a kafir, bruv. You get the truth and you hide it. You're a kafir,
No.
100%.
No. So why? So okay. Let's stick to this. Let's stick to this topic of minorities. In
Are you denying that they
minorities.
do it? Are you denying that
No. I'm not
build their
denying they
own
do it, but
communities?
do governments even, like, for example, when we use the term multiculturalism in countries like, I don't think France doesn't even acknowledge that there's different cultures within their society, and that's something you would have to answer. France says it doesn't even keep statistics on the number of African migrants, Black Africans or North Africans or whatever. So we could argue that if France isn't even differentiating the migrant African populations living within their large cities, then we could say no, they don't do that because everybody is French. According to the French state, there's no such thing as an ethnic
That's
minority.
not the same thing.
No, but according to the France state,
No, that's not the same
everybody
thing,
is
dude.
French within France.
No, because French is a citizenship. So just because somebody lives in France, or that's like saying
Oh, this guy's a liar, man. Bare blatantly moves the goalposts around as he pleases, just to
that's not
sound like some
moving the
fucking
goalposts.
some
The
gay
fuck,
boy
you
and that.
look stupid.
You're full of it, bro. You're a liar. You're known as a liar, bro. You cover the truth. Anything
You
that's
are
true,
an
you lie on.
idiot, dude.
You're a full-on kafir, bro. I'm just letting King know, innit, who he's dealing with. Proper filth, man.
Yeah, we know.
You's a full asshole. You fucking asshole.
So are
Go
you
and dig the
claiming,
ditches,
King? Are
motherfucker.
you claiming, King, that if somebody goes to France on a tourist, then they are considered French?
Did you know that Algeria was considered a part of France?
Notice he changes the fucking question. Why is it?
I'm telling you, I'm giving you a history lesson because you like to talk about history.
That's not the point.
I'm doing what you're
you,
doing.
With your concept that you just brought, that you say because they don't keep records of
they don't
North
recognize
Africans,
the minorities as minorities. They say everybody is French.
No, they don't, because you have
They
to have citizenship to be French, right?
Yes, and Algeria
so then they're not,
was part of the French state.
Listen,
Algeria
if they're not citizens,
sorry,
then they're
just
not
a moment,
French.
Guys. King, can you see the comment on the screen?
What is it? A mosque in Australia was banned.
Exactly. So while Weisel's talking about 1400 years ago, look what's happening today. What his own people are doing. He's projecting his own evil onto us. He's evil, this guy. He's a proper idiot. Look what Diego Garcia, how they stole the island in Diego Garcia, this Weisel scum. Yeah, and stole the people's land, yeah? Right? Look at it, look at this dirty bastard. You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace. About 1400 which civilization? Which Christians? So you tell me Christians never destroyed places of worship?
You're not even
how many places of worship you burnt down in America when the natives, the real Americans, you destroyed them? How many people you killed in recent history? You fucking idiot.
You're an
Fucking
idiot,
scum
dude.
motherfucker.
You can't
You're a
even work a
fucking bum licking
microphone. You
motherfucker, blood.
can't even work
You
a
will suck dick.
microphone.
You
Sorry,
will fucking do any fucking
Ferdinand,
dirty
please.
motherfucking thing.
Let's
All right,
Disgrace
I
to
have to put you in the
humanity.
back. I have to
Gaffer.
put you in the back. Hold on, here we go. Sorry about that. Why so? You shouldn't. You have no right to be insulted here. Yeah. So,
I
King,
just think it's
what
strange that you would
did you hear
just
about
read.
this?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I haven't heard about it. I'm at work. Let me check
Oh,
the
okay.
news.
No problem.
I don't. Remember, Australia is like a federation. It's very big. So I'm in Melbourne at the moment. So,
All right.
but there are rednecks. There's people like Wiso that live in America, in Australia. Sorry, that are very intolerant of minorities.
You have no evidence that it was burnt down from anything, other than maybe a mishap, faulty wiring. Maybe it was a Muslim who did it to try to gain Islamophobia points, because that has happened inside of America even. So, I mean, there's evidences that this stuff happens, but just to be like, oh, well, a mosque got burnt down in a Kafir country, that doesn't mean anything, dude. It's strange how nobody here wants to question anything.
No, so what we did, so we were discussing the situation in France and France's awful history and conquest of Africa, and the fact that Macron has said he doesn't recognize. Well, Macron said a lot of things. He said, for example, one of Macron's most famous statements in the last year was that Islam is in crisis worldwide. He didn't even just say the migrants are in crisis in France.
Is that a true statement, King?
100%.
I don't know why. So, what do you think? Would you agree with Macron?
100%, dude.
This is a claim by the far right, anyway.
I think
it's more geopolitical. It's a geopolitical.
Notice he didn't answer your question, Reactionary. Reactionary, why is it that nobody comes onto your panel and ever answers questions except me and you? That was a direct question that you asked, and he refused to answer it. He actually spun it off to the kuffar. He actually spun it off to the kuffar.
I'm turning into a politician like you. We deflect. I deflect.
I didn't deflect. I said 100%. I said 100%. That's not a deflection. That's a real answer.
No. Anyway, so Macron's statement that Islam is in crisis worldwide.
Why so? Hold on.
Is Islam in crisis across the world? Yes or no, King?
No, he's incorrect in that statement. It's not. What it is on the broader perspective, capitalism needs workers, yeah? So capitalism, the system, needs workers. And it's benefited a lot of people, but hasn't benefited everybody. But what people are doing, instead of blaming capitalism, the system, they're blaming migrants, globalization. So a lot
what
of migrants
capitalism have to do with Saudi Arabia?
I'm explaining to you why Macron is saying this. Give me 5 minutes, yeah? Then you can have your input.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, make it 1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah, go on.
Hello? Yeah?
Yeah, go on. See if you can say it in 1 minute, King.
Yeah. So basically, capitalism needs workers, and Macron. So you've got globalization, you have the movement of people, and France's history in its colonies in Africa. There's a lot of migrants in France. You can see from the French football team. Some people will say it's an African team, it's not a French team. Wiso might even say it's a Muslim team full of terrorists, maybe. So Macron has to say that because there's a two-tier society, and instead of blaming, all these big companies that need cheap workers like hospitals and factories and all this stuff, he'll just blame Islam because it's a generic term, and it's he's not picking on black people or Algerians in particular.
King, the statement Islam is in crisis, what does that mean? What do you understand from that?
I think he means he's referring to an identity crisis. You can't say Islam is in crisis because we know what Islam is. But what Muslims do is something different. And what migrants living in a host country
What does the word crisis mean? What does he mean by crisis?
I think France and some parts of the UK, they're trying to look at an Islam that is palatable to them. Something that will put France and Napoleon's... he wants them to put France first. Like Trump wants everyone in America to put America first.
His statement doesn't say anything about. His statement is not about France. He says Islam is in crisis across the world, is what you acclaim to him.
Yeah.
So he's not mentioning France. You're inserting France and Napoleon and this and that. Reactionary is asking you a basic question here, and you're trying to make it about.
I'm giving you
you're
the
trying.
breakdown.
You're not.
It's a very complex question.
Here's the thing.
All right, if
I'll give you proof of why your breakdown has no relevance. It's because you're not talking about his statement about Islam, right? You're talking about
but he's not even a
history.
Muslim, so how can you say?
Dude,
it's
you're
like
listening.
me. If I say women are in crisis,
that doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
Sense? Yes, it does. You can say that. You understand? You can say that.
I can't say that. I'm not a woman. I'm in no place to say that.
If somebody says that the Conservative Party is in crisis right now, what does that mean?
It means they're in threat of losing power. Or Boris is about to lose an election, or he's made a lot of mistakes.
That's what I would pretty much understand when someone says Islam is in crisis. So Islam was considered a geography pretty much at one point. Like the mass of the world was the Islamic world. Now we have independent individual countries, and a lot of those countries, their economies don't produce anything really, apart from extraction from the ground, and their people are leaving their countries and going to the West. And even in those countries, Islam is being suppressed to an extent. So if someone says Islam is if it was a Muslim who said Islam is in crisis, that's what I would understand from that. Muslims need to revive their religion. Without revival, it's in crisis. So,
but I don't think that's what he meant, though. I don't think that's what he meant.
What did he mean by it then?
Because basically it's geopolitical, because Turkey, whenever he makes these statements, Turkey is the only, when I say Turkey, Erdogan is the only person who replies to him. And even he kicks out the French ambassador from Istanbul.
Is that what he did?
Istanbul, Ankara, the capital. So he's saying it because there's a battle for the control of the Mediterranean. And since the end of the Ottoman, Turkey now can claim certain islands and certain resources within the Mediterranean, because the treaties that certain people signed 100 years ago at the end of World War I, they're now no longer they no longer apply. That's why you're seeing different countries. Every country is making their move, basically. So the reason why he has to say Islam is in crisis is because, like the Madakhila, he's got Muslim migrants that feel marginalized. Some are going to Saudi Arabia, some are going to Egypt to learn, and they're coming back. And France's proximity to North Africa and its influence over Algeria, Morocco, its influence over these majority Muslim nations, how can it maintain, like you're saying, the dominance and control of resources in mainly Africa? There are other French territories, but Africa is their main domain. It wants to maintain that control.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want, basically, Macron doesn't want Madakhila running around the streets of Paris and Lyon and, I don't know, living in separate...
Is Saudi Arabia bombing Yemen an Islamic crisis?
No, it's not. It's not Islamic.
It's Muslims against Muslims, right?
No, but Yemen's been at war
So then,
and stable
what do you
since
feel
the
would be?
1990s.
What do you think? That doesn't matter that it's been going on for a while. You know what I'm saying? 30,
It
40
does, because
years.
you have to know the
No, it
history
doesn't.
of it. You have to
No,
know,
no, it
you have to
doesn't
know the
matter.
history of it.
It doesn't matter. What I'm asking you is, what do you think would be considered an Islamic crisis? If the concept is Islam is in crisis across the world, so then what would be an Islamic crisis? Wouldn't it be Muslims fighting other Muslims and killing them?
But Muslims, we've always fought in history, so there were.
That's not the.
You could
That's
argue
not. That's
the
not the
companions.
question. That's not the
companions
question.
of the Prophet fought. Islam
That's
wasn't
not
in
no.
crisis.
Muslims fighting Muslims. Do you
Yeah,
think
that's
that
what I'm
that's an
saying to you.
Islamic
Muslims have fought
crisis?
Muslims
Do you
from
think
since
that's an
the Battle of the Camel.
okay? Then do you think that that
On
was
one
a
side of the
was that
army,
an Islamic?
there was
That's
the
a
Prophet's
perfect
wife,
example
and on
of
the
an
other
Islamic.
side,
That's a perfect example of Islamic crisis. If you don't think that that's an Islamic crisis, then I don't know how else to explain to you. You got the rightly guided caliph going against the prophet of the mother of the believers,
no, yeah, so that's
Aisha.
what I'm saying. Yes, you could. That was a crisis because those people were religious.
So then,
If
why
Saudi
is it
Arabia
not
wants
in a
some territory
crisis?
in Yemen,
Why is it not
I
an
don't view
Islamic
that.
crisis? Muslims in modern day killing other Muslims.
No, it's more Cold War politics. You know, the Syria-Yemen situation.
I don't
This
know.
is Cold
Maybe
War.
reactionary. You can make my point better. I don't know.
This is
But
America. This is American interference. If there was no
America is
oil,
not bombing Yemen.
where are
But
the
then,
weapons from, my
King,
friend?
you could say that the crisis then is what you're saying then is that America is causing a crisis in the Islamic world. Would you
Yeah,
agree?
America sells weapons, and now Putin realizes they're weak. So Putin now is on the rise. It's like, okay, how you describe Ukraine? The people in Ukraine are Orthodox Christians, yeah? And so are the Russians. They're Orthodox Christians. Is this something to do with religion? The tension on the Ukraine-Russia border is Christianity in crisis.
Why wouldn't you say that it is? Why wouldn't you say so? Christians fighting Christians is a Christian crisis. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but these people are fighting for other reasons. They're not fighting for religion.
So you said yes.
You
No,
understand?
wait. So you said yes when it's about Christianity, that it would be a Christian crisis.
No, I didn't say
But
yes.
you just
I
said
didn't say
yes.
yes. I said, no,
You just
I said,
said
would
yes.
you describe it as?
And then I replied, yes, Christians killing Christians, that would be a Christian crisis. Would you agree? And you said yes.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'd ask you, is Ukraine and is Russia and the build-up of Russian forces in Ukraine, do you look at that as a religious problem?
There is a difference in a way, right? Because Russia is wanting Ukraine as a territory. I have never heard about Saudi Arabia. I've never heard
Saudi Arabia views Yemen as a territory.
I've never heard Saudi Arabia. Where is this proof that Saudi Arabia wants to expand its borders into Yemen? That's the reason that they're bombing them. That seems to be your claim right there. Is your claim that Saudi Arabia wants to expand their borders into Yemen, and that's why they are bombing Yemen? Is that your claim?
It's a proxy war, yeah. The war in Yemen.
That's not what I asked. Do you know how to answer questions?
What is the? I can't look. You're cracking. What is the question?
Holy shit, dude! It is ridiculous. Some of the people who come on your panel reactionary, how they cannot answer direct questions. So when I said that, so Russia wants to expand its borders is the main argument for them wanting to take Ukraine. Now then, when I said, and then you were like, yeah, well, Saudi Arabia wants to take over Yemen. I said, when has that ever been the position that Saudi Arabia wants to expand its borders into Yemen?
So you said, when did Saudi Arabia want to extend its borders into Yemen?
Oh my gosh, dude. This is just crazy. This is crazy, dude. Like how I don't...
I'm asking when which period in time?
No, that's not what... I don't know, dude. Your panelists are like the toughest people to talk to, dog.
Okay, anyway, I don't know.
So, all right.
But anyway,
Shall we move the
going
topic
back
on?
to the history,
Yeah.
yeah. Saudi Arabia
There
has
you go.
taken land from Yemen, and it's a proxy war. Before the Arab Spring, again, which was the CIA, I believe that guy Assange, he's a CIA agent. I don't know why they want to arrest him anyway, but basically, yeah, the former ruler of Yemen, he was like a Saudi puppet. The former ruler, wasn't it Abdullah Ali Saleh or whatever his name is? He was a puppet. Saudi Arabia and the Americans were funding him. And since he's not being there anymore, and these Houthi people and whatnot, other people are in control. So Saudi Arabia wants to have control of its southern border. And Obama gave the all clear for this war, which has now caused the famine. So it's nothing to do with Islam. It's just geopolitics of the Arabian Peninsula.
Dude, wanting control of your southern border is not the same claim as you saying that they want to expand their border. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, they will take some territory in the process. They will take some territory. A bit like
that is not.
Look, Turkey.
Oh my.
Is in Syria, northern Syria now. Turkey have extended their border into parts. I don't know how many kilometers, maybe 50 to 100 kilometers of northern Syria. Turkey has its troops based there. That doesn't mean Islam is in crisis, by the way.
Is
Yeah,
Muslims
I'm not
killing
sure.
Muslims?
I have to look up what the word crisis actually means.
Is Muslims killing Muslims a crisis for Islam?
There's a verse in the Quran, when the two parties of the believers kill themselves, you have to do islah. You have to do rectification between them. So when two believe, you have to do like a negotiation, a peace thing. But you'll see throughout history, there have always been problems between, was it Basra and Kufa? There was always fighting in Iraq throughout Islamic history. So fighting in Iraq, it seems like a new thing. But if you read Islamic history, the Mongols, this, that, there was always, Muslims have been,
I am talking
Islamic
about Muslims killing Muslims. Is that an Islamic problem? A crisis? Across the globe, Muslims killing Muslims, making takfir on other Muslims, right?
Oh, like that is that was a crisis, but that again has been advanced due to American interests.
Dude, if Islam is so strong, how is it that America, a government, is able to infiltrate it and change it so much? If Islam is so strong,
it's not infiltrate.
No. That's what you're making it out to say. You've even said that people are puppets. That these Muslims are puppets.
Look, they have their interests.
That's infiltrating. That is infiltration.
No. Look, if you're a king and you wanna have your own interests of expanding your border, of doing something, sometimes people will use Islam, quote unquote, but the agenda is something else. Do you see what I'm saying? Why so? It's like when Jews say they're a race. They know what they're doing to extend their agenda so that they can claim someone else's land. Jews are not a race. It's an ethnic minority. But they've turned themselves into a race because there was an agenda to take Palestinian land. You see what I'm saying? So it's like Jews were not in crisis.
I don't think anybody knows what you're saying, dude, because you don't stick to topics.
No, it's true, because there's an agenda. When I say something, there's always a political agenda behind something. Do you understand? So Jews were living peacefully in the Middle East. They then became a race so that they could take someone else's land. You see? So the persecution of an ethnic minority then becomes a race. And then you lead to fitna, 70 years of fitna. So look, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The way
what are you talking about, dude?
You can twist which some people, because they, you know, certain groups, they control the political and media narrative, they can twist things for their own agenda.
I don't understand you at all, dude. You have not answered questions directly, round and about.
Welcome,
Like
Gain.
I can
Assalamu alaikum,
say,
reaction. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Alaikum salam
Hello.
wa rahmatullah.
I can say openly and honestly, Islam is in crisis globally. Muslims are killing other Muslims. They are battling each other over divisions of Islam. You know, like, and it's been occurring ever since, you know, essentially after Ali took over as caliph. And we mentioned that. Now, and Muslims declaring takfir on other Muslims. This still happens universally across the
Who's
world.
crackling? Is it me, reaction, or someone's crackling?
I think it's you. Yeah, Gain.
So
I'll
and
go on
then
mute.
you can hear you can see this constantly. There's videos on YouTube about fatwas against different beliefs inside of Islam and how
Right, if you're on mute,
reactionary.
it's not you. Okay. So 1 second, there's some crackling going on.
Reactionary spoke just the other day about this problem, right? About how there's scholars who say, oh, those type of people aren't Muslims. We've cast them out, and you're not even allowed to sit with them anymore. And then it causes, oh, well, don't you follow this sheikh? You know, this sheikh said that you're not supposed to even speak to those type of people. Oh, okay, I guess that's what I have to do. That's the Islamic crisis that it's talking about. It's not this ideology that you're trying to pin it on.
Sorry, why so? 1 minute, there's crackling. Is it your mic? Whose mic is it? King, is it yours?
I don't know if it's. I've taken it off. My phone was on the charger. Is that better?
That's better
I
now,
think
yeah.
it's why so. If we just do a test run, why so? Say something, we'll go quiet.
Yes, I'm speaking. Hello, 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 hello.
That's fine. And King's fine now.
No,
So yeah, all right. Go ahead, Gain. Sorry, let's let Gain talk. King, I think it's your mic.
It's not, my mic is part of my iPhone, so I don't know why.
No, it's not King. It's not King. It's either reactionary or why so.
I'm not near the computer.
Why so? It might be your mic. Why so?
I'm muted.
So it's reactionary.
No, it's your. I just muted myself a moment ago, and it was still going on. So it's probably you. Gain.
All right, I'll go on mute. Let's see if you get crackling.
Okay. So Gain is on mute now. Is there any crackling sound? Yeah, there is. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Everyone go on mute for a moment. Yeah, everyone just mute
I'll
up.
go mute.
All right. So the crackling stopped. I'm talking. There's no crackling. Gain, can you talk?
Testing 1, 2, 3. I can't hear no
good.
crackling.
There's no crackling. Okay. Why so? Can you talk?
Yes, sir. I'm talking right now.
No crackling. So King, can you talk?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Is it crackling?
It's not crackling now, so that's good.
Okay.
All right.
It's probably just the servers, man.
Yeah, maybe. Let's welcome Gain. What would you like to say, Gain?
All I'm saying is, man, my stocks are down because of too stupid news about Ukraine and also the Fed meeting on Monday. Man, you know what I mean? Unrealized profit just disappeared within a day.
Well, your profits only disappeared if you sell it now. That's the only.
I know. That's why I said it's unrealized profit, but I'm sure it'll bounce back up again on Tuesday after the Fed meeting on Monday, emergency Fed meeting on Monday. And this news Facebook? About this, Facebook's finished. This news about Putin, America saying Putin's going to attack within 10 days. If it happens, it happens. I think hopefully the market has taken that into consideration. But yeah, obvious Putin's going to, he doesn't. Do you know how much it costs to move hundreds of thousands of soldiers and get ready? It's it's obvious it's an invasion, imminent invasion coming.
You think so? I don't know. I think Putin is just playing. I think America looks weak at the moment because of the last 20 years of disaster in Iraq and Afghanistan. I think Putin just wants. I think Putin's just flexing. I don't think he'll actually go in. I don't think.
Do you remember what happened? Do you remember what happened in 2014, 2015 time? Do you remember when soldiers marched in with no insignia and just took over a country?
Oh, Crimea. Crimea.
Yeah, and at the end you see the Russian,
because it's an island and stuff. Crimea is
but it used to belong to Ukraine. It was given to Ukraine by Russians to start off with.
You have to see the way Putin looks at it. You can't listen to people like Weiss. Putin looks at it like this: that Russia's lost territory and is gaining. He sees Ukraine as part of Mother Russia.
Has Russia lost territory? Russia's still the largest country in the world.
Yeah, but they were not as big as the USSR. So Putin's in his 60s.
But was USSR Russia?
What we regard as Russia, Putin doesn't regard as Russia. Do you see what I'm saying?
Did the British Empire lose their territory? Has the British Empire lost their territory? British Empire.
Oh, British Empire has lost territory. Of course it has.
Right. So is it okay for them to change? Is it all right for them to wake up someday and say, we want our territory back? Is that okay?
Well, it's kind of slightly different. If India were ethnically British and you viewed Delhi as the kind of home place of Britishness, so you have to understand, Kiev is the birth of the Russian Empire is in Kiev. So you have to understand. Putin wrote a long essay on this, by the way, and how he views Ukraine. So Ukraine, you can't say Ukraine
Putin a historian and a genetic expert. Ukraine Russian
expert, but Ukraine used to have all of the weapons, all of the nuclear arsenal of Russia was in Ukraine.
Yeah, not just Ukraine. So it's not many other Soviet places.
Jamaica and the British Empire. You can't. It's not the same thing. It's very different.
Okay, so that justifies for them to take over a country which
I'm not saying it's justified.
Which under Gorbachev, which he signed, giving independence to all those countries. So it's okay to break that agreement now, yeah? Because you got the hump, because you're not the richest country in the world.
1 second, hold on.
I mean, Putin's already got Georgia. He's already got Belarus. I understand he wants his Soviet Union back, but that's just going backward rather than going forward.
Yeah. So, what's new, Gain? Been on any other channels?
No. I haven't been on here. Is there any other channel live at the moment? I don't know. I haven't checked. I've just been busy.
Seen any.
Yeah, just been busy work and stocks as well as my training. So this is the first one I'm watching today.
What do you mean? You're doing training in stock trading?
No, I've been doing stocks for a long time. Yeah, that's my side business. Stock market as well as crypto, as you know. Plus, I got other businesses where I'm sleeping partners. So, I have to go and see my my relatives and friends. Check on the businesses, balance the books.
Yeah.
Plus, I got my own job, which I got projects. As you know, I'm into IT side, designing, project management side. So I got projects to deliver soon, and as well as training. I do my own training and lessons, courses with other people.
Yeah, sorry, no, I had to take a call. Sorry. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. But basically, will Russia go in? I don't know.
Who's going to stop him? America won't stop him. I think Biden said yesterday that he he won't. Imagine if American soldier walks in and they end up shooting an American soldier. You're going to cause World War III, and they don't want World War III.
Yeah, but why do you think Putin's done it now?
This was in the first of all, Russia that is not industrialized as before. I mean, it was never really a good industrialized country under Soviet anyway. Let's face it, yeah. And two, they rely too much on natural resources as that part of their GDP, their oil, gas, gold and silver, and a little bit of diamonds as well. So Russia has got high inflation. They also have huge debts and so on. If they take Ukraine, they can get the gas. Ukraine supplies a lot of gas to Europe, so that's another asset for them. Belarus, Kazakhstan, all of them have minerals. So economic. I understand economically it might benefit Russia. It doesn't justify for Russia to do that because those countries are independent. You know what I mean? They got the right to run their own country how they see fit. Now, I know Russia says that Ukraine can't join NATO. All right, fair enough. You can tell them that. If a sovereign country wants to join NATO, then who are you to tell them not to join NATO? If you know what I mean? So it's like saying America. It's like America telling another country, which they did in Cuba actually, that they can't join the Russian bloc. But Castro refused, right? And he did join the Russian bloc. It's just that America under JFK, the Cuba weren't allowed to get missiles, Russian missiles in Cuba. Yeah, so that's the only thing.
Yeah, so I agree with you. So what we're seeing is the re-emergence of the Cold War. And this is what I was trying to explain to Weiso. Is Weiso left or is he gone?
It's just me and you at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to Weiso. That basically a lot of the stuff we're seeing, he was calling it Muslim or Muslim. It's actually the Cold War. You know, like in Syria, the different countries playing.
If Russia didn't back Assad, this Syria thing would have been ended a long time ago.
Yeah, of course. But then why did they back him though? Why do you think?
Because they got Russian base there.
Yeah. So
do you really think Assad really cares about? Sorry, not Assad. Putin really cares about Assad. You don't care about Assad. As a matter of fact, Assad's family was created by the British anyway. Assad's wife is a British lady. She lost her citizenship, but she's British as well, right?
Yeah.
But Russia only cares for their base. Russia only cares for their military base there in the Middle East. That's the only base they have there.
I agree with you, but it's the fact that the Middle East is heavily, like, all the countries are in America's favor except for Syria. So if Syria had fallen and then Saudi Arabia had its way, then Syria would have been again more part of the American empire.
America is technically, America is a super empire in a sense, not like the old school empire, but it's an empire as in.
Yeah, but it's economic, isn't it? It's economic influence. Yeah.
Hang on, is it my mic crackling? Is it my mic?
I think it's yours, Game.
Oh, testing. Yeah, it's me. Let me change my mic. Yeah, let me put a more expensive one. It's a Chinese Russian made one. Isn't it?
Yep.
In the back, King, I just posted a link
to
the Pack of Umar, where it talks about not being allowed to build new monasteries, new churches, temples, and stuff. So you can click it and check it. I'm pretty sure it's even mentioned inside of Reliance of the Traveler, the Shafi Judas Brutus, the fiqh, but I'd have to spend some time searching for it. And I could. The source I gave isn't enough for you. I guess I could go do that too.
Okay, well, I prefer talking about Russia, to be honest with you. I prefer we were discussing Russia and the the potential
I
invasion
wasn't
of
trying
Ukraine.
to change the topic. I was just showing you that
Yeah,
I
I
put in
know.
the
We're
link in
going
the
back to the
back
Pact
chat.
of Umar, which is like 1400 years ago. And again, like I said, in the time of Umar, radiallahu anh, he actually, there was a famine and he refused to chop the hand of the thief during the famine. So
Can you bring me that
could you call that?
source?
It's well known. It's what the Muslims on here will know.
Okay,
It's
well known, but no source material. Got it.
There is also
Got it.
anyway. Yeah, we're discussing. So, in terms of how do you view Ukrainians as ethnically Russian? Because a large proportion of Ukrainians
I don't
actually
care about
speak Russian. Oh yeah, you don't care. So yeah,
That doesn't. Just because you can speak a language doesn't make you ethnically a part of the people. Yo aprendo
so
español.
Now, so speaking a language doesn't indicate then that you belong to that ethnic group.
Of course it doesn't. Like
So then basically, are Arabs a race?
Yo aprendo y hablo de español más o menos. Yo esto no Hispanic, no Latino.
Okay, you're speaking Spanish. No, but what I'm trying to say to you, so speaking a language, does that make you part of a race or ethnic group?
No, it doesn't. I just showed I'm not Latino. I'm not part of that ethnic group, but I speak Spanish.
Yeah, I know.
More or less.
There's people who are multilingual. I'm not talking about people who are multilingual. I'm saying that So, for example, do people who speak Arabic are Arabs a race, like Jewish people?
I don't consider Jewish people a race.
Oh, okay. You don't. Why don't you consider them a race?
Because there's nothing in their DNA that suggests that they're a race. That they're their own race.
Most people's DNA is the same. DNA.
No, we have haplogroups. We have haplogroups. Now, the concept of race, right? Like, yeah, we look at race more so as pigment, like, and
yeah. I'm not saying race is color.
Yeah. So if you separate race from pigment and look at DNA, then essentially there's no such thing as race, as far as I know. But
I know race is a social construct. Yes, race is a social construct. Yeah,
so
I agree with you.
When we look at haplogroups, we can determine what people would consider essentially like ethnicities, maybe race in a way, and that's because people have traveled across the world for so long and have lived in certain areas for so long that and enter like species with each other, right? Like Neanderthal and I can't remember the Asian the Asian Homo erectus species.
I think they say Mongoloid, but anyway, go on.
No, that's not the scientific name of it. I can't remember it, but
okay.
But the individuals who migrated out of Africa that have pretty much interspeciated with all these other ones, we can trace that haplogroup as far as I know. And that's why I don't really consider these people races. Like, I don't consider them a different race because they tend to have the same haplogroup as the majority of people there. They're just a different religion, in my opinion. But I'm not well versed on genetics, and but as far as I have looked at and studied, race is not a real thing. We make it real based off of pigment and then off of us wanting to be separate from other people in some defining way.
No, I would agree with that. I think it's being used to steal other people's land. The concept. It's been used. But it's interesting, you talk about genetics and whatnot, and when people try to make race actually a scientific thing, when Europeans were going around Africa trying to, again, the scramble for Africa was when eugenics was at its. I think the German scientists used to measure certain aspects of. They used
So
to
then, why
measure
do
the
you keep
jaw, the
bringing back
cheekbone.
to? Why do you keep trying to bring stuff back to race?
No, but because basically, but race was used to conquer the world, though. So when you talk about Macron
I
and
mean,
Napoleon, they did, like, the idea of race was made, and then it was like, okay, these races
even
are
Islam talked
subhuman.
about race. What are you talking about?
Sorry?
Even Islam spoken about race. Like, Muhammad, like, one race is not superior to the other or whatever, that hadith. But I mean, if you agree that race is a construct and it's not real, then that would mean that what Muhammad said is just a construct and that it doesn't really matter.
He said
It's not
the way
universal.
people Islam didn't. He said the black was not superior to the white. In his last farewell sermon, the Prophet said the black is not superior to the white, and the white is not superior to the black, and there's no
But
superiority of
he's
the Arab
talking
over
about
the
race,
non-Arab.
though. That's what they're talking about, the
No,
concept of
he's talking
race,
the
though.
skin color thing. He didn't mention the word race.
And we just agreed that historically, race has been considered pigment.
Historically, yes, yeah, I didn't disagree with that. But I'm saying the idea,
Okay, dude.
but the idea in the way, what I was saying to you is that look, some people's races were denoted as being lesser, so their land was stolen. That was the argument it's not even an argument, that's the reality that I was saying.
Okay, I don't understand what that has to do with anything that we're talking about, but okay. I mean, I'm not going to deny that people throughout history, all over the globe, used a concept of race, pigment, to separate themselves from other people and to justify the things that they did.
You know what,
And
bro?
obviously,
I saw a video a few days ago by Abu Usama, who said that the Arabs are, what did he say? The Arabs are superior they're superior as a species. The Arabs as a species. What does that mean, bro?
that is kind of like a Shafi view, though, because it's in the Reliance of the Traveler that what is it? I think it's like page 406 or 604. It's one of those where it's even a ruling that Arabian women aren't allowed to marry non-Arabian men due to the superiority of the Arabian people. Now, the other three schools disagree with that.
What?
Would you like me to provide it to you?
I can if you don't mind, put the link. That's I won't be able to show it, but I'll keep it to look at. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to back out and get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, one moment.
What do you think of that, King?
No, well, he's just referring to like Arab nationalism. That's just Arab nationalism.
So that's in the book of Imam Shafi'i, you said.
No, there are, even in Ibn Khaldun's famous book, there are racist statements you will find that in Arabic. I'm not going to use the word textbooks, but in Arab literature, there are nationalistic or racist sentiments.
But wasn't Umayyad Khilafah was based on Arab supremacy? This is why the Abbasid came and destroyed them, or pushed them away. One of the reasons.
Yeah, you could argue that. I think that's the argument. Yeah. But the Abbasids, they were Arabs too, in a sense. They claimed that they were going to give more kind of preference to like Ahlul Bayt, the family of the Prophet. So
I know.
a lot of this was.
Yeah, it's all politics, man.
So, but yeah, Islam did expand to include, like the Persian. Like again, when we say Persians are a race, because
But how were they treated? How were they treated, the Persians?
I'm not sure.
Didn't when Umar bin Khattab, who got assassinated by a Persian, what did his son do? What did his son do? He went around killing random Persians, and he hated the Persians. Yes. And when Umar died, he arrested his son. He got his son arrested, and told the next Khilafah, which between Ali and Uthman, he told him, "You do as you please with my son, according to the Sharia." And they were going to execute him because he killed.
But one second. Sorry, Umar radiallahu anhu, when he got stabbed, he died. Okay,
He didn't die straight away. Shortly.
Yeah,
by his son.
A few hours.
No.
It wasn't the same. Like
and
it wasn't days later.
Yeah, no. When Umar's son found out that it was hatched by a Persian, he went round taking out on the Persians that lived in the area, and he killed a few innocent ones. And Umar obviously found out just before he died. His son did that, and he asked him to be arrested.
Bro, is that authentic? Where do you hear this from?
Scholars research, man, read.
I've never read that before.
So you don't think his son got arrested, and Uthman didn't execute him because he was?
I've never heard of this. I know a lot of historic texts are not authentic, so I'm not sure if that's an authentic bit of history or not.
Oh yeah. Do some research and we can discuss that next time.
Yeah, sure.
I can tell it's definitely not my mic this time, man. Definitely not my mic.
No, I think it's StreamYard. So, yeah.
All right, it's in the back chat. It's
All right.
Page 523 of the book, which is 523
Reliance of
on
the Traveler.
Scrolling.
Yeah.
You know what this book
Sufi
is?
book.
What's that called in Arabic?
It's a Shafi, not a
Zad
Sufi. It's a
al-Ward.
Shafi.
It's what Alif Bata Kala teaches. Nuhamim Kala.
Okay.
So firstly, this book is not necessarily just a Shafi book, right? It talks about the four main schools, and what if they all agree on something, then it doesn't separate what the different rulings are because they're all in agreement. But if there is a disagreement between the four schools, they mention which school has the disagreement and what their ruling is. But reactionary, so it's 523, and on it does say that the ruling is that an Arabic woman is not allowed, an Arabian woman is not allowed to marry a non-Arabian man, because, and then it gives that hadith about Allah has made the Arabs better than above all others. Am I telling the truth that it says it on the page?
I can't view it right now, but I'll check it out later.
Okay.
Maybe somebody else can check it out.
So why so religious? Are you a Shafi'i?
No.
Are you a Shafi'i in fiqh? Is that the madhab you follow?
No, this is just
But you seem to know a lot
this
about
is This is the most authentic translation to English fiqh book that covers the four different madhabs of fiqh.
Okay.
Like even at
because
the
I
very
know
beginning,
when people study comparative fiqh, I think the book they study is Bidayatul Mujtahid.
Even the
So
book
the
at
book
the
you're
very
reading,
beginning.
the book you're reading from, I wouldn't refer to or take rulings
Then
from.
how come Al-Hazar signed off on it?
There's a lot.
You can click the link to.
Okay,
You can
Do
click
you
on
get
the
any of
link
these
and
rulings in
at the very
Bukhari?
beginning.
Like, are any of
That's
these
not the
rulings
same
in?
thing. What are you talking about? That's not the same
Yeah,
comparison.
but as reactionary was trying to teach you that there are certain books in Islam which are regarded as more authentic than others. So you
Nobody
kind of
claimed that
taken
it's not.
relying.
What are you talking about, dude? That's the reason it's really frustrating talking to you, because you're changing the topic here, right? You're like trying to compare a book of fiqh to the Hadith collection. That's ridiculous.
Okay, anyway, that's why I said let's just stick to Russia, something you understand, because this you're kind of just I don't
Dude,
know
how
if you're
do I not understand
Are you a
it?
comedian? Are you a comedian?
What? How do I not understand what's going on here, dude? So
Are you Joe Rogan? Are you trying to
firstly,
mix
the
truth?
first thing,
Are
the
you Joe
first thing
Rogan
that
in
you tried to
disguise?
do, the
Are you
first thing
trying
that
to
you
mix
tried to
truth
do,
with falsehood?
the first thing you tried to do, which is interesting, is downplay this book by saying, "Are you a Shafi?" Firstly, you
No,
said that it
because
was a Sufi
no. What you've
book.
done is, how do
Firstly,
you
you
know
said it
whether
was a
or
Sufi
how
book.
do you know I'm not Bengali? That I'm. How
Did
do you know I'm
anybody
not
hear?
Hanafi?
Did anybody? Did
How do
anybody
you know
hear
I'm not
him call
Hanafi?
it a Sufi book? Did anybody hear him say that it was a Sufi book first? Other than me,
Yes.
he said that. So then
Yes,
you
I
don't
said
even know
that.
the
Now,
book, and you don't you don't know the book, and you
yeah,
don't
but
know
you've
its
taken this book,
authenticity, and you
like for
don't know.
example, yeah.
No, dude. Oh my
Why so
gosh!
religious?
See, this is
You've
what
taken this
you
book
don't want
to
to.
be.
You don't want people to speak because it refutes what you say at times, right?
No,
Like
it doesn't.
you
It
don't
doesn't.
know the
No,
book.
I've
You
let you
don't. Yes,
speak.
it does, because it's not a Sufi book. It's not a Sufi book. You
Who told you
understand
it's not a
that? So
Sufi
then
book?
that's
Who told you it's not a Sufi book?
are you you're claiming that Shafi the Islamic Shafi position is Sufi?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
You yeah, because you're just trying to change. Okay, this is what was going on here, dude. You claim that a book that is Shafi, the most like one of the four, right? And it's written in the essentially the 1100s. So this isn't like common. This isn't like new, right? It's just one of the ones that have actually been translated, because most of Islamic source material is not translated to date. But so what this one does, right? It even has at the very beginning a signing off for the Islamic, for America's, not care, but it's Islamic Fiqh Council. It also has a signing off on Al-Hazar, saying that this book is authentic, that it does teach the Shafi, and that it does explain the Hanafi, the Hanabli, and the Maliki schools, and that it does teach it right. So the problem here is that you don't like that I'm bringing source material, so you're going to call it Sufi. You're just going to discredit it. And then when instead of actually reading the material and seeing if its rulings are actually taught inside of Islam, that's the problem that we're having here.
Are you a Muslim, by the way?
No.
Not yet, Abdulaziz.
Okay.
So
Are you an
maybe
ex-Muslim?
soon, King. So.
Notice how this topic always has to change. We're on a very good topic
but
right
I'm very
now.
interested into why you're carrying that book. Like, you seem very, have you
He's
bought the
interested.
book?
He's interested in
what's
Islam.
with learning?
Yeah. No. Oh, he's interested. Okay.
Dude, I also own Dead Sea Scrolls. I own the Nag Hammadi library, and I read them. I just like learning about religions. What's wrong with that? Why does it have to be like an issue that everybody tries to make it out like, oh, he just studies this to try to do? Dude, I like learning. If I know what you believe in, then I can guess 90% about what your views are, how you would react in certain situations,
you know
or
what,
what you would
King?
support.
Sorry, King. The Waiso's name is Waiso religious, right? So what Waiso tends to do is look, if he sees people of a particular religion, he'll try and study their books and confront them with something that might be uncomfortable, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And
So he's
so,
trying to look for errors in the religion. Yeah.
well, not necessarily
But
errors, but
reactionary,
he's
you
looking.
have to be fair
Yeah, go
that
on.
I also try to make sure that people teach the religion as the way that it's supposed to be taught. That
Yeah,
they're not
yeah.
like, I do that
So
with
by by
Okay.
Sikhism
by
No,
by
I.
being confronted
Christianity.
with by being confronted with something that seems uncomfortable with
Mhm,
modern day, because especially in the Muslim Dawah, we get a
mhm,
lot of watering down of, because people are trying to present Islam in a way that's palatable for secular society or whatever, right?
mhm,
Women are equal to men, all that kind of thing, right? So, but what he's doing, he's bringing texts from Islam and showing it to Muslims to say, what do you say about this then? And then that puts the Muslim in a predicament. Either they accept that that is the correct Islamic view, right?
mhm,
Or they try and brush over it and avoid answering the question and all that kind of stuff, or to water it
mhm,
down. So a lot of Muslim channels will kick him off because they're not comfortable going to the true meaning and finding an explanation. Everything YSO brings, by the way, I found that for myself, for example, a lot of the time I'll be confronted with all their text I've not seen before, but I'm happy to
mhm,
go and look into the explanation. If we look at the shuruh of the hadiths, we always find an explanation that makes sense, or the tafsir of the Quran. So
mhm.
it's just, it's interesting to
But
see how
to be
different
fair,
people react to it.
I do it with other religions too, like
That's right.
Buddhist. I do it with Jen Wallace. I do it with when Trilla was on here a week ago, whatever. I challenged him about his Nanak claim about going to Mecca, and
Yeah.
I shut him down with just did he shave his head? Period. That's all. You know what I mean? Like, and
Yeah.
he didn't want to answer that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because and I also said on that channel, because they were like, why don't Muslim Dawa teams go after Sikhism? I said, because they don't want to learn the religion. If they just read the book, they would be able to know things like real quick. Ask that. Did he shave his head when he went on Hajj, allegedly? They're not,
And you know
Sikhs are
what?
not going to like that.
Yeah. You know what? You know what, King? What's interesting is that when YSO goes on any of the Dawah channels, they boot him off because when he confronts them with Islamic texts, they don't know Islamic texts and they don't know how to even like look up. They don't bother researching it. So instead,
Mhm.
they kick him off. Because what do they talk about on their channels? They talk about the Bible. If he went on there and confronted them with the Bible, they'll welcome him and talk to him for hours.
Oh, they
But
Mhm.
would
when he brings,
love me, dog.
yeah,
Like
when he brings the
if
Quran
I
or the
created
Sunnah,
a
they
second
kick him off.
channel, if I created a second channel and pretended to be any religion, they would love to have me on. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
but what?
I think one
But
day you
like
need to
reactionary says,
collaborate with them against the Bible. See, see if you could do
Mhm.
a
well,
joint
that
show
was
with them.
you remember that's what Khan said. Khan said I should
Hmm.
create a fake Dawa channel. And he's like, yeah, dude, they would, if you changed your
Yeah,
voice and with the way that you know other religions, you would definitely make it on the panel of like trying
you know
to
what,
refute
you know what,
religions.
you know where the way you can do it now. They're using this thing called the metaverse. I don't know how to pronounce it. The metaverse.
Metaverse.
Yeah, there's some virtual reality platform. You can probably get away with it on there because you don't have to you show yourself or your real voice or anything. So that might be the way.
Mm.
But I just like
Yeah.
learning about religions. And my main thing is I like whatever you believe in, I want you to stick to the actual source material and what the religion teaches. Because I personally don't care. Like Khan even quoted me saying he was surprised when I was asked about what do I think about Sharia. I said Sharia is good for Muslims. If a country wants to run by Sharia, they want to execute apostates. They want to chop off hands of thieves. I don't care about it. It's not my problem. That's if Muslims believe that that's good for them, then that's good for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not for me to make criticisms about the way that people believe judgment should be passed on people of the same religion. You get what I'm saying? Like, but it is my position that people should know what the religion teaches before they start ascribing and telling other people how to ascribe to that religion. That's my big problem with like Jordan M. You know what I'm saying? He has a huge following and he can just say whatever he wants and nobody, and then it's like impossible to refute him because in the minds of him and his followers, he has the true deen. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it just drives me crazy, people like that.
Why does it drive you crazy when it's not your real concern anyway? It's not your business as such. You're not a Muslim.
Well, I mean, the most dangerous concept, right, is like hidden truth. Is not bringing what is actually supposed to be taught. That's like one of the most dangerous concepts in the world. Like, I'll put it this way. Like, imagine if Mein Kampf, right? Like, we burned almost all the copies in the world of Mein Kampf. And we got rid of ever teaching what it actually said. But there was one book of Mein Kampf that survived, and one person had it. And they manipulated what the actual readings of Mein Kampf is and the ideology of Nazism to gain a following and get people into it to mislead them just to then later tell them the truth. You get what I'm saying? Do you see where the issue would be?
No, in that case, do you go around doing that to other YouTubers or other people that have fairly large followings? I mean, Jordan M is small compared to other YouTubers. It doesn't have to be Muslim. There's many YouTubers who are non-Muslim and have many subscribers and also give false information. Do you go and challenge them? It seems to me it's a bit personal with
Of course
Jordan
I
M.
would. Of course I would. If
Have you
I
done
was
it?
allowed on. If I've been allowed on, yeah, of course I would.
No. I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about even non-Muslim
Yeah,
channels, even
I'm saying,
any
like, okay,
subjects.
here's an example. Raj, Speaker's Corner, right? Whatever his name is, Raj, whatever. He challenged me to seek a debate, right? I said, all right, then let's do it. And then he came back and he said, well, here, I'm not good enough to speak about Sikhism, but here's a YouTube link of two people who are Sikhs, and I'll talk to them and they'll debate you. And he gave me a time and date. I said, all right, bring your two challengers. I showed up. They didn't show up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't bother me what religion it is because I'll study. Like, honestly, I'm a really good researcher and I read pretty fast. And so, yeah, if they wanted to, I could read their whole Guru Granth Sahib in probably about a week. And I would remember
one
probably
day
like.
one day me and Waiso were talking about what was it? What's that thing when people die and they come back again? I forgot the name of it.
Reincarnation.
Reincarnation,
We
yeah.
call it
Ghost?
we call it reincarnation. We call it reincarnation, but the Buddhists will call it rebirth. And you remember I attacked that concept. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
so you're calling it rebirth.
Yeah.
Because
we went in on that, and then they changed it to regeneration. Oh, rebirth. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So, but then rebirth. I pointed out that rebirth actually has a bigger problem inside of their religious
What's
beliefs,
that?
right?
Since it's interesting. Obviously, you got two different names for perhaps one meaning as such. What's the difference between reincarnation and rebirth? Is there a difference?
That's what we started getting at. But this is how complex it really got, because I asked the two panelists, I said, do y'all believe that life starts at conception? They said yes. I said, then that means that if you believe in rebirth, but you're saying that an entity has to be birthed to actually achieve rebirth, how does that fit into your belief system? It was silent, dude.
All right, so
it was silent.
All right, in Christianity, the Bible depends which sect of Christianity you are. Not all Christians believe in Jesus died for his sin. He actually died and came back again, right? Some Christians, I think, don't believe that. I think, what is it? Gnostic Christians, they don't believe in that. But regardless, majority of Christians do
There
believe
really
that.
are no. There's no Gnostic. Gnosticism died out in like the
They
second
died
or
out.
third century.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that there were Christians that didn't believe in that, right? But majority of them in the world, they do believe that Jesus died for the sin and he came back. Now, isn't that kind of reincarnation in a sense that he died and he came back? Would that be considered as reincarnation?
No, because also, I mean, you hold the position that everybody's going to be rose up again on the final day, but I don't think you would consider that reincarnation. Reincarnation is the concept of based off of karma, right? Like, so due to your deeds in this life, when you die, some cosmic concept of karma, which is not really defined, what actually defines what is good or bad, but
all right. No, I understand what you're saying, but my angle, no, I understand the angle you're going to, but that isn't my question. My question is to define the definition of reincarnation. All right. So how the Hindus or Sikhs or even Buddhists, thing is, when you, to me, if you rebirth, I might have to separate that now from reincarnation. So if I died and I come back, with my same mind that I remember everything, that's a rebirth. Reincarnation, if you come back but you start again. You know what I mean? You don't remember anything. You don't know who you were in the past life, right? Because otherwise you can prove. Otherwise, you'll be able to prove that when you died, you come back again. If you have the same memory, you'll be able to prove it. Then,
well, that's not really the concept, right? Because the Buddha claimed that he could remember past lives, right? So that would be through reincarnation and through rebirth. So the thing about the rebirth, right, is that we use the word.
So Buddha said, he came back from a past life, right? Is that what he just said?
Yes.
Gautama Siddhartha said that, right? So what was he before then? Was he a prince or he was something else? Did he give a good description of what he was in a previous life?
I think there are texts saying it, but I can't recall off the top
but
of my head.
You have to take his word for it, I presume, right?
Of course, you can never prove something like that.
That's my whole understanding. Is that how do you prove reincarnation?
Game. What I'm saying is, we use the word reincarnation, and then they objected. The Buddhists objected to that word and said that it's technically rebirth. That's why it's not that they have two definitions of two different things. They were just objecting to it being called that. I think that's what you're misunderstanding, is that Reactionary and I were calling it reincarnation, and the Buddha said, well, actually, the Buddha called it rebirth.
Well, it's because we were saying, we were saying, like, when does reincarnation commence? So, for example, when you eat an apple, the apple, while it's on the tree, it's alive. Once you remove it from the tree, it's got some life left in it. Like, it starts to decompose, right? But you start chewing it and it enters your belly. Because we said, can you reincarnate as an apple? Okay. Can you reincarnate as an apple? What do you think the answer is to that game?
No, probably.
Why not?
I thought it's to do with, I thought reincarnation was based on soul. Not apple don't have a soul.
No, it's not based off soul.
No? Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm learning something. Go ahead.
You look at Hindus, when a cow dies, they'll bury it and they'll plant a tree on top of it. Okay. And that tree will get some spirit from the cow. And that's now a blessed tree. So now if you eat from the fruit of that tree,
you're eating a cow.
What happens to that spirit or whatever it is that's in the apple?
It goes into you.
Now, does the reincarnation, does it commence when you start chewing on the apple, or does it commence once you've defecated? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I
Like,
understand what you're saying. Yeah. So is there a word for that? Is it beginning with something T? Like when you're transferring energy into another transformation?
no.
There's another word for
But
that, isn't it?
yeah, and then it went into, and then they took objection to the word reincarnation because of that, I think. And then they said, no, it's actually what we believe in is rebirth or regeneration or something, not reincarnation.
which I think causes a bigger dilemma inside of their religion, because I said, well, what about the first things that didn't give birth? You know, like I said, so what do you believe? Do you believe that animals just came into existence? And they said, well, we don't really have scripture about that, but it is possible. I said, just think of it this way. Fish, like the very first fish, when it came into existence, what did it reincarnate from? What did it rebirth from?
I'm pretty sure, maybe, I don't know, maybe you, but I suggest to everybody, stay alive for about another 20, 30 years so you don't reincarnate as one of why so religious as kids or something. You know, that would be the end of the world for most people. You know what I mean, forget about heaven and hell.
We've been having a good
You're already in
conversation. The
hell,
first
that's the
thing
case.
we've been having a good conversation. As soon as this guy gets
Oh,
on,
I'm
he
sorry,
just
man.
has
I was
to
just
talk
messing around.
shit.
Fine. No. I
Well,
heard you guys talking
sorry,
about
I'm glad.
reincarnation.
In a way, I'm glad Triller jumped on, because obviously that's more part of his religion, the reincarnation. But there's a word there's a word Triller used, and it is the actual word, because with T, isn't it? Is it transfer or transmigration? So is that only based on soul? People that has a soul, or animal that has a soul, or is it including plant life as well?
Oh, so that's something that's interesting. So that's a bit of a Mortal Kombat kind of thing where like you can sort of like, I don't know, even change or transfer. So like as far as I know, it's only happened with the gurus from human to human in that regard, right? I don't know about any other if it can work in it. The thing is, again, we just believe that, you know, there is no limit to God's power, so anything is possible.
So in your religion, you can never come back as an apple or tree.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually looked into where it actually says it. I might be able to. Oh, it's a bit long for you to Google it now because I'm using my phone. What you call it? Yeah, it's only symbiotes basically, as far as I know. That's what I've been told. That's what I gather. So it's symbiotes. So things that have some sort of life, like you would say, even like sea creatures and land animals and things like that. I don't know about bugs and stuff. I don't know like about stuff like that, if that's the case.
And bacteria and germs and what?
Yeah, I don't. That's what I mean. I don't know if they're not symbiotes. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It looked like somebody.
What's a symbiote? Exactly, you guys know the correct that what exactly it means.
Are you talking about sentient beings? Is that what you mean?
Is it sentient? Yeah, sentient. It might be that sentient or symbiont. What's a symbiote?
A symbiote?
No idea.
You mean from the Marvel universe?
I have no idea, dude. I'm getting one word.
I don't think.
It's probably a combination.
Like,
it's a combination.
Venom and Carnage.
It's probably a combination.
The symbiote is to do with parasite, where the parasite comes into your body, but it can become part of you and not damage him or you. It's symbiont. Yeah, it's just
So we're talking about sentient then. So we're saying sentient then, yeah.
Sentient.
Is that the right word?
Cool. Okay,
sentient being. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's really late, man. Sorry, man. It's like I just heard your conversation. I was still up, so yeah. I mean, I just help out.
Did you have an answer for Waiso's question, Triller, about the Hajj pilgrimage that Guru Nanak did to Mecca?
I already told you, dude. People already in our faith refuted. You know what I mean? That he went on Hajj. You know what I mean? We're going to Mecca, going to the area is different. You know what I mean?
He didn't do the Hajj, though. You understand that's the definition of Hajj, though. Is going.
No, dude.
Mecca.
You have to appreciate. You have to worship. You have to want to be a Muslim. You have to. You know, it's not. You know what I mean? He wasn't a Muslim.
Do you understand what I just said, though?
It's just
like if you're claiming that he went on Hajj,
they're claiming
the definition is the definition of Hajj is going to Mecca. You understand that?
Okay. I'm listening.
So you're
saying he went to Mecca. All right. So again, like I said, man, better people have explained this to me that are more knowledgeable. I can show you that material. As far as I'm concerned, he went to Mecca. As far as I know, he's not a Muslim. As far as you know, what I mean, that's 100%. So yeah, basically that's
Did he do
how
the
it
Hajj,
goes.
first of all?
I-
Did he do the Hajj?
So could you explain to me what a Hajj is?
It's the pilgrimage to
I
Mecca.
just explained it.
Which
Like
involves what? Hold on, just
I
one
just
second.
explained it.
Which hold on,
Its
hold on.
most
Which
basic,
involves
its most basic
Okay.
form is
one second.
traveling to
One
Mecca.
second. One second. Which involves what, reactionary?
All right. It involves the following. In the old days, nobody could enter within a particular perimeter, which was miles around Mecca. Okay.
Yeah.
Unless they were proven to be Muslim.
Okay.
And for converts to Islam, they had to stay there for, I don't know, 3 months or something. And people would observe them. And when it's proven that they were probably Muslim, they would allow them through. Now,
Okay.
according to what we learned about Guru Nanak,
Mm.
he visited Mecca,
Mhm.
which means for him to be allowed in, he would have had to have lived as a Muslim and been observed to be practicing Islam. Number two, in your teachings, he visited Mecca and faced the Kaaba itself, but with his feet. That's a famous story that his feet pointed to the Kaaba, which
That's
is
correct.
kind of considered a disrespectful act, right?
Yeah.
That was why it was mentioned in that way. So you're telling me now that he didn't do the Hajj?
Look, dude, like I said, I'm not an expert. As far as I know, that area you're talking about, whether he went in there or not, that much I don't know. He accompanied his companion, Mardana,
Mardani.
on his journey to Mecca. I don't know how far into Mecca he went or how far
There
away he
is
went.
text.
How could he
There is
face his
text of
feet
that.
to the
He
Kaaba?
did.
Yeah, sure, you could look it up, man. Like I said, I don't know
So
much.
if his feet
Did he shave
face
his
the
head
Kaaba,
though?
yeah, he must have done the
No,
Did he
Hajj.
shave his
He'd
head?
have to shave his head.
I would highly doubt that, dude. Because again, you know, the belief
Then he
about
didn't
keeping
go
in
to
the hair
Mecca.
and everything
Then he
else.
didn't perform Hajj. Then he didn't
Yeah.
perform
Then that's fine. Then what's the problem?
Hajj. It just shows that your sources conflict. Like they obviously didn't know about Islam to the point that they could certify, that they could like prove anything, right? Because if they knew anything about Islam, they would know that Hajj is you travel to Mecca, okay, and when you get there, you have to shave your head. Period.
Okay, you're looking at it as like going to Mecca, you got to do Hajj. We're looking at it as like he went to many different places, including Mecca being one of those places. And you're saying, oh, that couldn't have happened because of such
I'm
and
not
such
the
and
one.
such. But the thing is, hold on a second. But the thing is, if you go by right what he's done in terms of how many places he's traveled to, how far he journeyed, and everything else, it's not an unfeasible idea to think that he had traveled to a destination.
No, the point.
Like
The
Mecca.
problem here is using the word Hajj, right? The problem because Hajj has a real defined meaning, especially Islamically. It is the traveling to Mecca during the holy months, and inside of that meaning, you have to perform certain things, right? So one of those things is that, like how Reactionary mentioned, 3 months of observing. Now that's not really what they do now, but that has Islamically been proven that they used to do that. But another point, if you're not Muslim, you're not allowed there. That's the reason people with their slaves had to stay outside of Mecca because they weren't Muslim. The main point that I'm getting at here, though, there is a specific ruling that when you do Hajj, you have to shave your head. Now, that's the most important part to the story is using the term Hajj, that he performed Hajj with a companion. So if this companion was also a Sikh, then that means that they both had to shave their heads, which would go against the Sikh ruling, right?
Well, as far as I know about Mardana, he was a Muslim, but he continued to be a Muslim, but he was a Sufi Muslim.
Okay, so then he would have had to shave his head. That guy would have had to shave it. Sufis even shave.
I don't know.
So that's the issue that we're talking about. You understand what
Okay.
I'm saying?
I get that. I mean, it's the first that I've only heard it from you that you have to shave your head when you go to Mecca. I mean, when did they start employing that? I don't know anything about this, by the way.
When you
so-
go on Hajj, you have to shave your head. Is that
Oh,
true
is that
or am I wrong?
even Muslims today that go to Mecca, they have to shave their heads?
Yes.
When they
Yeah,
do
it's one of the
Hajj,
rituals.
they have to.
Yeah.
Wait, I want to separate this. Nobody says that when you go to Mecca outside of Hajj,
Yeah.
you have to shave your head. It's not a rule that inside of Mecca everybody has to have shaved heads. There's a difference here. I want that. That's the difference. That's the reason when you say he went on Hajj, it's very important to shave your head. If you said that he traveled to Mecca and he wasn't there during Hajj, then the shaving of the head would be a non-argument for me, right? I wouldn't be able to use that argument. But because you're specifying that he went during a religious time, which was in religious rulings that apply to the traveling of said area, then that's where the story starts falling apart.
Okay.
So if you to be a good Sikh, should you follow Guru Nanak?
Well, it's all all the gurus in that regard. But
Okay.
yes.
So
Yeah.
to be a good Sikh,
Hmm.
does that mean you need to do Hajj?
No, it's
You should visit Mecca to be. You should follow the Guru Nanak.
no. The guru
visit
was
Mecca.
going different places, spreading the true word of God.
Yeah,
That's
one of those
basically-
places was Mecca, right?
Right, because obviously it's a significant place in the world.
So why haven't you gone there then?
Why haven't I gone there? I'm not going out there doing what Guru Nanak. Firstly, Guru Nanak was the chosen one, right? He was a Sat Guru. That means the true
But
Guru,
you're supposed
right?
to follow him, right?
So-
You're supposed to follow him.
Well, no. Again, you're basically look. There are many examples of what he had done, right, in his life, and many and the rest of the gurus as well. And again, going from the last guru, we should be practicing the faith according to the rules set by our last guru, as ordered, as instructed.
Not the first one.
Well, again, it's all the same. Guru Nanak was the first and was the last,
and he went to Mecca.
I was the same.
I
Well,
got a
again,
link, but I can't seem to copy and paste. But it's taken from a Sikhi website.
Yeah.
It's done in English, Urdu, as well as Punjabi. So it's there talking about Guru Nanak's visit to Hajj and so on. Now, I just want to correct something on why. So, yeah, most of the time when you go to Hajj, you do, after you've done Hajj, after Arafah, you go back and get your, when Hajj is complete, you do shave your hair. But it's not absolute requirement to shave your hair, but you definitely have to cut your hair very short. Yeah, so you got to cut your hair short if you don't want to shave it, very short.
No, that's Umrah you're talking about. Hajj,
No, Hajj as well. No, Hajj. I've done Hajj in 2019. I shaved my hair, but there's many brothers there.
Hajj. Yeah, so there's an excuse if there's if you have something wrong with your head, for example,
yeah.
When you
for medical reason,
the
you can
rule is
trim it.
you shave.
Yeah, I shave it, but I'm just saying there are thousands and thousands on that day. On that day, they just trim their hair and that's done. Like very short, like near enough skinhead, but not shave.
Okay.
When I
well, you go on.
I went 2019 Hajj.
You're no one is saying the rule is you have to cut your hair. When I say shave your head, that is historically what has been done because we didn't have trimmers, right? We didn't have like scissors. It's been just shave your head, take it all down. Now there are rulings that if there is an anomaly inside of your head, of course, Allah wants what's easy for you, right? So if there is a problem where shaving your head could cause you distress, then you don't have to shave, but you do have to cut your hair. That's the thing. So it's not.
I see there's a troll down there. He's gunning for me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you know who that is?
I have no idea. I'm sure I have an inkling who it could be, but yeah.
I have no idea.
Only reason I bought this hijab is relevant because because as I said, my hajj was only a couple of years ago, so it's more fresh.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant because when I say shave your head, it is the concept that historically We did not have scissors. We did not have trimmers. It was shave your head. That's what that, and they would make special rules to people that had reasons that, like, let's say you had been in a battle, right? And you had part of your head cleaved or like battered, where it actually caused a cranium problem. They're not going to make you shave your head in the potential that it could disturb that, right? They're not going to do that because Allah wishes ease for His people, and they're not
So
going to tell you
would they just cut their hair short then?
what
Yeah.
with a broadsword.
It's like some people have
Knife
a
doesn't have to be sword. It can be small,
have a
sharp knife.
Some people have a scalp illness as well. So they had that back in the days. There's even a verse in the Quran about it.
Yeah, no, I'm not denying. As I said, that there's brothers do shave, but I'm just saying majority of them don't shave. That's the reality. You can go and do Hajj. You can go to the next Hajj and find out yourself. Thousands of people just get the clippers out and have 0.5 or 0 or grade 1 done.
Give me a fade.
You're just so you're hung up on me saying the word shade when you know what I'm saying.
I think for some reason Gain is trying to defend Triller.
No, because Sikhism is not even allowed to cut their hair, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter.
You're not supposed to cut your hair at all. Yeah, it's just straight up when it comes down.
I'm just making a point that why so saying that and I know it is a must. You must shave, but I'm just saying majority of Muslims unfortunately don't do that.
Yeah. Well, they cut their hair short.
Yes, that's what I say. Yeah, short.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, with Guru Nanak,
then you agree that Guru Nanak would have. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you mentioning him, are you guys satisfied with the fact that he's not a Muslim? Do you guys accept that from his beliefs, from everything that he's done? Are you not convinced?
No, he's not Muslim.
Feel like you don't know enough about Guru Nanak to make that assessment?
Guru Nanak, what I know of, is not Muslim. No.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. What about you, Reactionary? You convinced?
Tell me why you're asking that question.
Because I feel like I just want to know your stance. I just want to see where you're coming from. If you're 100% certain you feel he's not a Muslim, or you would.
What I mean is okay. I can answer that question with either a yes or a no. If I say yes,
yeah.
Well, I'm saying how will you counter my answer is what I want to know. What's your sentiment behind the question?
Oh, simply because certain people are still unsure about that. Like a couple of things in the chat I noticed. There was somebody in the chat saying that he was a Sufi.
No, they say that he had a Sufi influence.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, some people did say that he was a Muslim. And for example, I remember Doga talking about that. Because if you ask the Sikh, where was he buried? Yeah. Apparently, he had a Muslim burial ritual. Okay. He wasn't given a Sikh. He wasn't given a Sikh.
There's
he wasn't given a Sikh
written about that story.
He wasn't
Even
given
he had a Muslim
ritual.
name apparently, but there's no evidence to say his name was Ibn Majid.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. He had many titles. He had like in terms of names and things like that. But when it comes down to his burial, apparently, look, you got a picture, different people that are going to be, around him from different faiths, different backgrounds, and they're basically they only know their customs, and they both applied their customs, both the Hindus and the Muslims.
What did Guru Nanak? Sorry, what did Guru Nanak say about racism?
In terms of like there shouldn't be any. Guru Nanak is, in far as I know, all about equality and bringing down slavery, things like that. Treating humankind.
I understand that, but what did he say about racism? Like between black and white?
Yeah, in particularly top of my head, I wouldn't be able to tell you right now. I have to look
into
it.
Reactionary, I think it's unique that you bring Duggar, a Muslim, as a person to say that he was Muslim, that he was Sufi, as opposed to like what do Sikhs say? Sikhs will not say that he was Muslim. You know what I'm saying? Like they will not say that. So, but to say that a Muslim brings, I mean, that's like the Islamic point of saying that Jesus was a Muslim, but the Christians deny it. It makes no sense to bring that as an
Well,
argument
well,
of saying
surely
that.
they would admit, they would say that they are. They would declare themselves to
But
be,
do
right?
you understand what I mean
Guru
by that
Nanak is really well
reaction?
known. He would declare himself to be a Muslim, right? It only makes sense in the time, the environment. You know what I mean? It's quite clear that he didn't, right? He didn't declare himself as a Muslim. Far from it.
Okay.
You know.
I just think that that's unique that you would bring up a Muslim saying that he was that Nanak was a Muslim, but
So the reason that was, I guess, curious, Waisa, is because number one, Doga is from the Punjab, and I'm sure he has Sikh relatives. So secondly, he was raising the point that if Guru Nanak was a Sikh, then why was he buried as a Muslim? I don't know the
I'm
truth
not
of
so
that,
sure
but
that's
apparently that's what he claimed.
I'm not so sure that's true. I can go get my book, and
Yeah,
it does speak about his funeral
sure.
if you want.
Yeah.
And as far
Yeah.
as I remember, his funeral there were Sikhs and there were Muslims there, and that he said that after he died, this off the top of my head, trying to remember it from like a year ago. After he died, his spirit would rise up in a light, and it would guide to which side were the true believers, and that when he died. So if he got a Islamic funeral and then his light came up and then went to the Sikh side, I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
Pull up to the lock.
Yeah, go. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So I don't think that really makes sense. But 1 second, I'll go get my book real quick.
That was a bit superstitious. I mean, look, the one that I know is that apparently he was covered in a shroud, and when they removed the shroud, there were only flowers, and the Hindus took half, and the Muslims took half. Muslims buried theirs, and the Hindus cremated their half. Basically, that's the story that I heard. So yeah. Khan, what's happening?
Yes, Trilla. Big up, brother.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just read something regarding the shaving your hair? Because obviously I shave my hair, but because this, can I read from Islam QA? Do you guys take that as a good source?
I don't
Shaving
mind.
hair or cutting hair during Hajj?
Well, that's not, because it's. I think it's
there's different
it's
school
not
of
the
thoughts.
primary issue here.
No,
Well,
I know that. I just want to make it clear that I wasn't talking rubbish,
it's a very
basically. But I'm just
secondary
saying,
issue.
yeah, it is. But I just want to make sure that there's different school of thoughts. Hanafis and Malikis and Hanbali have different.
Well,
you can
let's
shave or you can
leave it
cut
till
your hair.
later, bro.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, let's not read out. Thanks. K Bola, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, my brother. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Anything you wanted to contribute on this topic?
I would like to say that that sort of points out a sort of a problem with the Sikhi kind of tradition, in that it doesn't really kind of give adequate respect to previous kind of like progenitors, whereas with Islam we give the due respect to the previous prophets that came before the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We give the due respect to the Jews and the Christians and the text that kind of like guided people before the last revelation. They get their due respect in it, like, what was it, the scrolls of Abraham, and everything's mentioned, isn't it, like going back to Adam. So it's a lineage. It's like a formulated way of living. And I think what Muslims like to point out with the Sikhs is that if you received like some sort of inspiration or revelation or whatever, you wouldn't really need to refer to or rely on previous kind of like religions. So I think that's what kind of like Muslims are sort of pointing out, that with Sikhs, they do have, scholars that were Muslim, and that is technically an what's the word? I don't want to be critical. I don't want to use the word like a contradiction, because you can't use. It is, in a way, it's a contradiction that they use Islam as as part of their history, because as soon as you use Islam to kind of extrapolate into a different position other than Islam, you kind of contradict Islam. So
Yeah.
do you understand what I mean? So there's a problem there.
It's clearly not saying, right? What you call it? Be like, it's clearly saying it's its own thing, isn't it? Yeah, it has its own what you call it? Set of rules and things like that, right? And it describes differences between the faiths, right? Between Hinduism and Islam, right? There are differences clearly. Now, end of the day, we are gonna say live and let live, innit? That's the polity, right? However, you know what I mean? It's still gonna be like the advice is still there to say, look, you can still be a Muslim, however, and you could be a Hindu, however. I mean, these are the differences between us and you. So we're saying, like, look, for
No, that
example,
makes sense. That part makes
one
sense,
simple
you know.
example, one last thing, yeah.
We have
One
that
last
too.
thing,
That
yeah.
makes sense, but
bro, one simple example,
Sorry,
yeah,
Khan.
is like
Well,
saying to you, like
finish.
reciting the 99 names of Allah, right? We do that, right? So we say something like you should do that more. You know what I mean? Like including everything else that you have to do, but we would encourage you to do that more, because that we do recitation of the Lord's name, right? So that's what I'm
are
saying.
they the same 99 names?
I mean, there are many names in it for God, many names. So obviously, some of those names that you have are also mentioned. Yeah, there's a language.
I think the what's the name of the book that you have again? It's the
Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji Maharaj.
Yeah.
But it's not a book though.
That's mostly that's mostly prayers, singing the names of God, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, hymns. Yeah,
hymns, poets, everything.
That's not where they get their rulings from. They get their rulings from I forgot what they call it. There's their books of fiqh that they have.
Hukum.
But I don't remember the names. Yeah, I don't remember the names of their books. They've got their own fiqh books.
the
anyhow,
Rehat Maryada, like a sort of
Maryada, maybe that's what it was. Yeah,
Rehat Maryada. Yeah.
So I think these conversations we all have online about religion and also philosophy, they put us into uncomfortable positions where we have to look at texts and interpret them in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
But what it should do for us all is to determine whether we want to just blindly follow what our parents have taught us, or
exactly
whether we want to be convinced of something being true that meets our expectations as well.
Thankfully, we got scholars and we got speakers that are basically breaking down, getting everything for us to understand it in, different languages as well. So, and there's a lot of resources out there, TV, internet, and everything else, right? You can look it up yourself. So all I'm saying is it's a lot easier now than it was in the past. So yeah, we should be more encouraged to look into it more.
So Trilla, as reaction says, the Muslims. So who is the Sikhs in your opinion?
Pardon me? Who is the what?
Who are the Sikhs?
Who are the Sikhs?
Sikhs on these streams you consider is a Sikh.
The real Sikhs?
Proper
the
Sikh.
Real
oh
Sikh.
Yeah. So so on YouTube, the guys Nanak Nam, that group, Nanak Nam group are very good. I would recommend them to listen to them at the moment. Basics of Sikhi, of course, I still recommend them to listen to. They have good pachariks. Pachariks are the ones that are doing you could say dawah. So basically, these are the main two that I would use. But there are others.
On these streams.
Oh, these streams, none. There are none.
Oh, none. Okay.
Yeah, there are none. Nobody would be brave enough to, because the thing is that if people are going to do it, right, it's got to be done with the utmost respect. You know what I mean? Like me talking about Sikhi in a very broad context. You get me, right? And maybe going into this and that just a little bit in depth is not a big deal. We're just human beings having a conversation. You know what I mean? When it comes down to like somebody who's really trying to like who says they got the knowledge and is really adamant about it and very sure, that's a different ball game. You know what I mean? Those people are very, very busy doing their daily lives, man. You know what I mean? You know, being a proper Sikh, incorporating all the prayers and everything else and doing everything properly, it's just continuous work, you know.
So here's a quote. Here's a quote from Nanak. He stated, "There is no Hindu or Muslim. So whose path shall I follow? I shall follow the path of
Assalamu
God."
alaikum.
So
Yes, great.
so
Hello, hello.
if
Mogu mogu.
so
Alaikum salam.
that would be like why would he
Why so
be
ya
a
monkey?
Muslim?
Sorry about that, why so I've removed
Let
it.
the guy
You
finish,
can
man. Let
continue.
why so finish.
I found my so according the myth goes that when he died, Guru Nanak asked for flowers to be placed on either side of him, from the Hindus on his right and from the Muslims on his left. He explained that those whose flowers remained fresh the next day would have their way. He then asked his disciples to pray, and he would lay down and cover himself with the sheet. In the early hours of the next morning, September 22nd, 1539, Guru Nanak merged with the eternal light of the Creator. After Nanak's death, his followers lifted the sheet covering him and found nothing except the flowers, all of which were fresh. The Hindus took theirs and cremated them. The Muslims took theirs and buried them. So there couldn't be according to the myth, there couldn't be a
unification.
There couldn't be a Muslim burial, according to the popular myth. But the main thing is,
they buried the flowers. They buried the flowers, and the Hindus buried the flowers.
No,
the
they
Hindus
burned.
cremated the flowers.
So there was no Sikh burial.
No, but that's what I mean. The
No.
Hindus cremated theirs. They cremate.
This leads
There
to
was no
another
Sikh
question.
at that time. Guru Nanak
There were no
didn't
Sikhs at
say
the time.
Sikh.
So
Yeah,
what
he
does
didn't
the
consider
word?
himself.
What does the word Sikh mean?
Sikh
What
means
does it
just
mean to be
to
a
learn.
Sikh?
Sikh means just to
Right.
learn.
So it's like a disciple. A Sikh is a disciple, right? In that
A
regard.
disciple
So,
of who? Guru Nanak.
Guru
So
Nanak.
if
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
so there shouldn't be any Sikh who says that.
I am
So
a Sikh.
what were his family?
me-
What were
let
his
me-
family in that
let me
regard?
finish
His son.
There,
Let me finish. So
He had two sons.
there
Right?
should not be any Sikh who claims that Nanak was a Muslim, because his own word is there is no Hindu or Muslims.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
So
saying? Like,
so he's saying that. Yeah. So that clearly says that he's not a Muslim.
So this
Was that
leads to my
before?
point, Triller, that
One moment. Was that before his trip
theologically
to Mecca
speaking,
or after?
That's before he went. Yeah. When he got that revelation, he basically started his journey from there.
So in my book, a book I actually bought today, World Religions: The Great Faiths Explored and Explained. I've been reading it today, and it's a pretty good book. I like it. They do mention about the Nanak visits Mecca. Now it's just a little clip, and it's in the Sikhism part, and they have to keep it there, in my opinion, because there's like no proof of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they put Nanak and his companions arrived at the Muslim city of Mecca. They lay down to sleep in the precincts of the great mosque. And so the claim is that they made it all the way to Mecca and inside of the precinct, like the area. Great mosque, and a Muslim official passing was shocked to find that the visitors were sleeping with their feet pointing towards the Kaaba, the sacred shrine. At the Muslims' command, an attendant seized the offending legs of the visitors and dragged them away, and the Kaaba moved too. So Nanak said to the official, "God does not live in one place, he lives everywhere." Now, do you really believe that this was true, that a Muslim would accept that inside of Mecca? You know what I'm saying? Like, during Hajj, that it would be acceptable for somebody to be like, God is everywhere. Okay, he doesn't live in one, like...
One minute, why so? Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why so? Is the claim that when Guru Nanak moved his feet, that the Kaaba moved with it?
Yes.
Is that not the massivest shirk you've ever heard in your life?
No, but listen
Come
to
in
this
with the
one though.
utmost
No,
respect.
no.
Wait, hold on
Listen.
a second. Hold on a
No,
second. Hold on a second. Wait, hold
dude,
on
he
a second.
cut
Hold
me
on a
off.
second.
He cut me
Hold
off.
on a
Let me
second.
finish this point. Let
Sorry,
me.
Marcus.
Just
But
like
he's
15
being rude.
seconds.
Yeah, no, but
15
why so? He's being rude
seconds,
and disrespectful.
please.
Let me just say something because he's being rude. He's choosing to be a fucking piece of shit like he normally is now, right now. Yeah, you don't need to do
No,
that, Khan. Wait, hold on.
Triller,
You
you're
want to
getting it
bash
wrong,
on Siki?
bro.
Wait, hold on a
You're
second.
getting it
You
wrong.
want to bash on Siki? Yeah, no, you're
It's
a
not
piece of
bashing
shit. You know that,
Siki.
innit? You know
What
what
we're
you are?
showing is
You're a fucking cunt.
theologically,
You know that, innit? Yeah.
look, you're
You know
missing the
what? You know
point,
what?
bro.
You
You're
know what?
missing the
Yeah.
point.
I hope. Yeah. I
You're,
hope there's a
look, you're
fucking
missing the
eternal
point.
hellfire for
You're missing
piece
the
of
point,
shit
man.
scumbags like you,
I
innit? Yeah.
understand you got to
Because hold on
represent
a
Man,
for all
second. Do you
your
like it
mute
when
him.
people
lunatics that are
say the
Mute
listening,
same
him.
like
thing that you just
He's
Gurdy,
said
going
about
off the
Islam?
walls,
Bard,
dude.
Ain't that
everyone's
the
Listen to
most
him.
amount of
and
shit you
He's
ever
going
Batman.
off
heard?
the
Everyone's
walls,
watching
Right?
you
dog.
right now, so
You
you got to
fucking
stunt in it.
cunt.
You're
You
stunting right now.
fucking Nazi. Fucking piece of shit.
So
How
Yeah,
is that
go
being
to
a
hell.
Nazi?
You
what you
fucking
know? You
scumbag.
want to know something?
How is
I
that
hope,
being a
yeah, you're
scumbag?
fucking, bro, I hope, yeah,
So
people
All right.
around
so
you
here's
Anyway,
know
you
that
here's
said
you're,
your piece. Let YSL finish now. Go on.
so here's the thing though. I agree that part that the Kaaba moved is a pretty big issue, but there is a bigger issue. If his quote really is God does not live in one place, he lives everywhere. The main thing is he does not understand what the Kaaba is, right?
Right.
Islamically. If he is claiming that God lives in the Kaaba, how the hell did he make it into Mecca?
You have to understand
It make
why. So the Guru Nanak was influenced a lot by the Sufi scholars or Sufi Muslims around that time, and a lot of Sufi, those particular Sufis, they believe that God is everywhere as well. They believe that God is inside the
that, but
creation.
that's not what I'm saying
Sorry,
though.
what's the question, Waiso? What was your
No,
question?
that's not what I'm saying though. I'm saying if he really did say God does not live in one place, right? Because he fell asleep with his feet facing the Kaaba. They seized him, right? Allegedly, the Kaaba moved. Now, come on, we'll pass that up for now, and we'll focus on what he said. So apparently, he is addressing that that Islamically, in his mind, he thinks that God, Allah, lives in the Kaaba.
Yeah, I get you.
So this is a huge issue with the narrative that he went to Mecca, because there's no way that he would make it inside of Mecca holding the view that Allah lives inside of the Kaaba. You know what I'm saying? Like there's
Yeah.
no way he would make it
I
in there
got
with
a
that.
quick. Sorry, one
I
moment.
agree with YSL on
Hold
that
on.
one.
Yeah, one moment. So Triller is saying that he was kicked so that Khan and YSO can disrespect Siki. That's
I'm
not
not
correct,
disrespecting
Triller.
it.
We're not
One moment.
disrespecting nothing.
One moment. Yeah, Triller. You were kicked because you were going off the rails, swearing and making threats. And I didn't kick you, by the way. I just removed you from the panel. You were in the back. I didn't kick you. I was going to bring you back. So you're welcome to come back. But just, make sure you
I
don't
think Trilla
use foul
misunderstood.
language and insult people.
Trilla
Yeah.
misunderstood what Khan was saying from a Muslim perspective. And if people that consider Guru Nanak as Muslim, and if he considered himself at one stage learning about Islam and this and that, this is against Islam. He would know that. So this is what Khan is saying. This is a massive act of shirk.
Yeah, and like I think and this is the thing, man, and I think reactionary might understand where I'm coming from this. Like, it seems like people who are not very knowledgeable about their religion, if you bring them what their religion teaches and it's brand new to them, they get very offensive. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's a natural defensive mechanism kicks in.
Okay.
yeah,
One moment.
it's not
What did Khan say that
disrespectful.
was Why so? What did Khan say that was disrespectful? Can you let me know?
Asking
Because I
me.
missed it. No,
Khan
just
didn't
generally.
say anything.
What did you say?
So Khan didn't say anything disrespectful. He said something from an Islamic perspective. He focused on the part that said that according to the legend of it, the Kaaba moved when they grabbed him, Guru Nanak, whatever. They grabbed him. The Kaaba moved. So the implication is that because Guru Nanak was shifted, the Kaaba shifted. So he said that Khan said this is pretty much the ultimate shirk, which Islamically would be true. If you're trying to claim that, because the Sikh position is that Guru Nanak is like the creator and incarnate, right? So then he moves, and then the Kaaba moves. So it is a form.
Mm.
It's like it is probably one of the like
Why
most
so?
definitive claims of shirk I've ever heard.
Why
Like,
so?
yeah.
My point is not to criticize anyone or anything, and if I've upset anyone, I apologize. My point is, like what you're saying, is to theologically point out that there is a juxtaposition here. There's two things that are diametrically opposed, and they can't be seen as complementary. And that's the kind of level of respect that Schuller is demanding. He's demanding that we count things as complementary when they're actually in opposition with each other. Now, someone who has mild autism like me, I have a strict adherence to positives and negatives and blacks and whites and opposites and things that don't align with each other. Like in my mind, sticks out like a sore thumb. Like
So
it's
what you
not
try to say,
about
Khan, is
taking
that
sides. It's
you're
about
not
showing that
subtle,
there's
you're
no
direct.
alignment between the two theologies. And I'm saying that Sikhi has directly been established or set up, or from the genesis of it, from the get-go of it, it is something that is opposed to Islam.
Here's a
Assalamu
question, y'all.
alaikum.
If y'all are gonna be
Alaikum assalam.
honest, I would like to. Do you think there would be any repercussions or none if a guy is in Mecca during Hajj and his response is, God does not live in one place, he lives everywhere? Do you not feel like that would like get some type of like retaliatory concept inside of, because it is obvious that he is trying to say that God lives in the Kaaba, which is gonna be a huge no-no. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Did he
I
say
don't.
that while he was, sorry, Wasa, did he say that while he was in Makkah Kaaba, or did he say after his visits from
No, it
Makkah?
said Guru. It says Guru Nanak said to the official.
Ah, okay, then there would be a massive issue if that was true.
Yeah, that would not be something that any Muslim would just like let go.
No,
You know
no,
what I'm saying?
no.
Like, there would
He
definitely have to be a ruling going on about that person inside of Mecca right then and there. They would be like, they would have their council together, and then they would try to they would definitely be like, how did this guy get in here, and how can we fix it so it never happens again?
they
If
would
nothing
do
else, if
they
nothing
would do
else.
him for blasphemy at the worst, at the least. Sorry.
Yo, what's happening, guys? Can I just make a quick point reactionary, if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, cheers. So basically, right, I kicked off because of Khan's response, right, after hearing why so religious is, reading of the, history of Guru Nanak, right? When Khan said, "Ain't that the most, ain't that the biggest shit you've heard, right?"
Shirk.
So
He said
shirk.
shirk.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even I
he
heard.
said
That's why I
shirk.
was
Right.
surprised.
I heard shirk too.
Shirk.
Oh, my bad,
Yeah.
man.
So this is what I
What's
said.
that mean? What's that mean? My bad, Khan. I thought you said shit, bro. I was like, are
Sometimes
you
But
you
taking
have
the
listen,
to.
but
fucking
Triller,
piss, bro?
listen. If Muslims believe, that where Mecca is, there's another Kaaba above the Kaaba in heaven. If the one on earth moved, that means you moved a part of heaven as well.
So look.
So
My
who are
point
you then, bro?
was this one thing. Yeah, I thought you said shit. Yeah, that's why I kicked off. Yeah, so
Okay.
it's all good. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Whenever
All right. Cool.
Thriller,
My
whenever
bad, bro. My bad.
you're
I'm
unsure,
sorry.
just
I'm
ask.
sorry about
Ask
that.
next time.
My
Yeah, it's better to ask next time before losing temper.
easy mistake to make, though, isn't it? Shirk and shit. Anyway.
No, it's not. But
I was
No, it
wondering
sounded
what
the fucking
triggered
same.
Triller to get that angry. I don't remember seeing
Huh?
Trigger
Wait,
angry
hold
like
on. If somebody says to you, reactionary, like, all right, so
No. I said I've never seen you so angry before. I was
Oh,
thinking,
you
what
don't
did
know
Khan
Triller then,
say
innit?
to you?
Nah, bro, because you know what it
Triller
is?
is, by the way,
I was like, what's going
Yeah,
on here, bro?
he went from
Yeah.
0 to 110, bro. He
yeah.
was
Yeah, my
like,
bad,
I think
man. I'm sorry. I just misheard. I misheard, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, carry on, guys.
I think we can all agree Triller is somebody that never loses his temper. So for
Nah,
him
never.
to react like
No, not true. Not true.
yes.
So this
Good.
this is what I'm saying. Like, we can't be in a position where we allow Sikhs, even in their goodwill, who are reaching out to Muslims and trying to create this sort of synergy between the two faiths to affect us, because there's no sugarcoating or no change in Islam. So, okay, thank you for trying to, extend the hand of, love and oneness. But as Muslims, unfortunately, we can't be in oneness with anything that contradicts Islam. So if Sikhi contradicts Islam, then although we love the people and respect the people and respect their traditions, same as the Christians and the Jews, right? When it comes to speaking on a theological level, we have to point out the differences. I'm not trying to upset anyone. I'm just saying we stand on our square, innit?
Yeah, but in Islam, doesn't it say you should be learning about other faiths, other
Yeah,
things?
we are learning right now. We're learning.
Right. No, but that's what I'm saying. It says that in Islam, right? It promotes to learn. How far does it promote to learn somebody else's faith?
But there's
I
no
feel like it is important,
incorporating
right? To know.
other
Yeah.
information.
No, it doesn't.
in.
Islam doesn't say to learn other religion.
Okay.
No.
Are you sure?
Islam is Surah Taha talks about learning your own religion first, but respect. Don't disrespect other religion in case they end up disrespecting Allah and our Prophet. Just
I'm
be,
not trying to
polite.
disrespect
Just be
anyone.
just. Be just. That's Islam is about just. It doesn't say about you have to learn about other people's religion.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you have to. I'm saying it does encourage to learn about other faiths, other
only
beliefs.
encouragement. Only encouragement in the Quran. It says basically, learn about your deen and practice your deen. It's book on Islam.
Okay,
This is an argument I had this week. I like to highlight this point. This is an argument I had this week with Shifa, who was somehow claiming that Muslims give ultimate veto or power of authority to Jews. And he seemed to believe that Muslims were sort of referring or being told to refer to the people of the book in times of when they needed more information on certain things, and that, in his point of view, that came with a degree of authority that we would agree. But when he gave the hadith that he was mentioning, in fact, he totally misunderstood it, and it was basically a hadith that went out to the Jews to tell them to basically, align themselves with Islam. So there's a lot of misunderstandings we need to clear up.
Have you seen that video of this woman wearing a hijab and people saying, "Oh, you look like a Muslim," and she got really upset and said,
"Oh, the black lady."
Yeah. I think
yeah.
she's probably one of those Hebrew Israelite people.
Yeah, it seemed that she was. Yeah,
she was really angry.
Actually, since you brought up the hijab, I mean, obviously you're a learned brother and you speak Arabic as well, right? You understand Arabic, I should say, as well.
I wouldn't say I'm learned, but go ahead.
Compared to me,
Real
when it
quick,
comes to Islam.
Shifa's an idiot, dog.
Hijab.
Full idiot.
Dumbest people I've ever heard.
Come on, man. Why are we digressing? Forget Shifa. Shifa's not here.
We'll come back to that comment in a moment. I want to understand why Weiser said that. But go ahead.
The word hijab in Arabic is, if I'm not mistaken, it's been a while. Is it? Doesn't it in Surah Nur? Doesn't it mention hijab is to cover? All believers, believing women, cover your private parts, cover your aura and all that. It's to fully cover, isn't it? It's to conceal, veil. It's not just the head. It's full cover, especially your face, because face is the
under the chin as well to the
attraction. Space is the most space. Your face is the most exposing aura that man looks at first. So it's fully covered. It's not just the head, is it? And is the head be? Isn't it kiram or karun or something?
The word is يغضضن عليهن جلابيبهن. That's, it comes from the word jilbab.
Okay.
So they should cover themselves with the jilbab.
Is that fully covered, not just the head, is it?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
The face as well, right?
No.
As for the face, Allah said that they should cover their beauty.
Yes, so face is probably the most.
Zinatihinna, right? Yeah. So zinatihinna is their beauty. Yes. And some scholars will say, what's the most beautiful part of a woman? It's her face.
Face, yeah. The eyes and the face.
Yeah. And also the actions of the women at the time of the Messenger of Allah was to cover their face.
Yes. So and at that time,
What's the
when
topic?
women used to speak at the time of the Salaf, they can only obviously talk to their mahram, but if they do speak to the non-mahram, there's a veil between them, isn't it? There's a veil between them.
Hello, gain by.
Yeah.
What's the topic, brother?
We're just talking about hijab. And do you also think that these nowadays, even though they don't claim themselves to be feminists, but you get a lot of Muslim sisters who have attribute of feminism where they will defend the hijab as such, the headgear as they consider it, but technically not a lot of them will defend covering of the face and so on, right? So women's got the right to, so it's a bit contradicting. And second of all, they're turning hijab into a fashionable item, but they have so much makeup on their eyes and on their face, so they beautify their face, but they cover their hair. It's like, that's oxymoron.
Well, they're covering their face with their foundation and makeup. I get what
Yeah,
you're saying.
it's a big. I'm noticing. I'm not on TikTok, but you get these. When you search Muslim channels on YouTube, right, and you get all these recommendations, the shorts, and I see loads of hijabi short videos everywhere.
You know the niqab, the thing where you cover your face, the burqa. I think is that what it's called, the burqa.
The burqa is a full covering. Niqab is a face covering.
So when you're covering, you know what I mean? Like basically when you're covered, isn't that more alluring in terms of like when they see the eyes, if the person isn't?
This is what I'm trying to say. The Quran, this is what I'm trying to say. During the Salaf time, women were fully covered. Face is the most attractive thing on a male and female.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, I find that hard to believe. I think traditionally there's parts of a woman that's considered beauty. In other words, men focus on these parts in terms of attraction. Same way nowadays in modern times, there's a different set of parts of a woman that we would thingy over. Hold on, can I finish my point?
Yeah, let me finish.
Right. So in traditional times, there's certain, parts of a woman, namely her hair, would be seen as being her beauty, right? Or her gerdan, which is between her neck and her chin, right, and going down to her cleavage. That area there would also be seen as an area of beauty because it's showing her skin tone, her complexion. Like it's not really a functional part of her body that you could say, like, there's no harm in covering it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
you're correct. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct that some men may be attracted
unless a woman is exceptionally beautiful, I would argue that her face isn't her beauty.
Here's the experiment. Yeah, when you look at a woman, what do you look first? Their face or eyes, or do you look at the bosom first?
That's not the point.
Which part are you attracted to first?
The point
before you
is
look anywhere else?
when you say a woman's beauty,
the nose blood. What? I was gonna say, yeah. Makeup is covering themselves still, innit?
No, it ain't.
They cover themselves. They cover the whole face, blood.
We just said that. Yeah. Literally,
the lipstick is covering the lips. Yeah.
They put the mask on, everything, and they take it as a job. One slap with the wipe here, and it's all gone. So there might be, a contour, everything, They paint the face. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not what the Jews say when they cover their hair.
Modern Muslim hijab.
But great. That's what the Jews say when they cover the woman's hair with a wig. How can you cover your hair with X hair?
The face brand is
Deluxe. Deluxe. The painting, proper painting, fam. Not painting. Reactionary.
Painting.
Yeah.
So what's your opinion on this reaction? Are you in the opinion of my understanding that Allah has commanded women to cover fully, not just the hair, fully?
Reaction
when they're with non-mahrams.
Like, I'm not going to say that that's what women should do in England or in a Western European country. Women, I think people should do the best. They should do the best they can.
Of course,
now, if they're in a society where there's no backlash or anything like that, be fully covered. Why not?
So you're taking a diplomatic position, fair enough.
It's unfair. It's unfair to expect.
Is it halal for you to sing Michael Jackson songs? Try to seduce women on
come
YouTube.
on.
Who does that? I don't know the answer to that.
Is that jump shot?
Billie Jean.
Billy
Too hot
Jane.
like that.
Hey,
Too hot.
yo.
No, that's Juggalo.
So
Nah,
I
nah.
would say,
His name is Hogu. Jomshod's brother Shomshod. It's Shomshod.
Shamshad.
Shamshad,
Yeah. How are you, brother? You alright?
yeah, you distracted me now, bro. I'm lost. Where were we?
We're talking about covering.
Yeah, so a lot of people say, "Oh, this is how a Muslim women must dress," and they'll make. Well, I don't know about force, but they'll put
Pressure.
heavy expectations on the women in their household to dress a certain way when they go out.
Monday.
Yet the man himself won't even grow a beard. If you look at the man, you wouldn't even
Yeah.
know he's a Muslim from a
It's
Hindu.
contradicting, doesn't it? It's contradiction
exactly.
at its
Yeah.
best. I get it. It's culture. I don't think they understand the reason why the covering is, and it also implies on men. They just do it out of traditional culture and the misogyny attitude that they have, if you know what I mean.
Nah, I don't know, man. Gain, you're coming with some weird things today.
I'm just
like
telling.
you're literally contradicting. You're saying that there's contradictions in how we practice our Islam. I don't agree with you, bro.
Isn't there contradiction? How people hang on? Isn't there contradiction? Muslims practicing their Islams around the world.
I've heard of some extreme Salafis, but you're coming with some extreme.
No, it's not extreme. I didn't. No. I didn't say. No, hang on, Khan. Before you put words in my mouth, I didn't say what people should do, shouldn't do. I'm just saying what does the Quran and Hadith say?
Of saying things that ain't true. You're saying you
what does
believe
the
that in the
Quran
time
and
of the
Hadith say?
Salaf, women were fully covered with burqas.
They were fully covered.
Where are you getting that from?
They were fully covered.
Where you get all women?
If you do a little bit of research, you'll find out once the ruling come from
Read
regarding
Surah
hijab.
Nur.
Surah An-Nur, yeah, the ruling comes in about the hijab, and it says here, all believing women, cover yourself, cover your private parts, cover your aura.
You said cover, yeah. So what's the aura? Does that include the
your
face?
Your face is the major part of your aura, Khan.
Why is it based on?
Because that's where the beauty. That's where the beauty is.
Not all women are beautiful, bro.
I know beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I get that.
No, but you're saying that when I look at a woman's face, I'm seeing her beauty. That's not true. That's her face. Her mouth's been designed to talk.
Khan, you may not find this one particular girl beauty, but there might be another 10 guys who may find her beauty. If you know what I mean.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying to you. There's certain parts of a woman's body that men fixate on. Yeah, you could call that their beauty because it has no other purpose really than to be beautiful in our minds anyway, in our male perception. So when we're looking at a woman, we're not expecting her to be walking around with her tits out, or we're not expecting her to be walking around with her arse out. But if a woman's fully covered and you see her elbow, you can't be saying, "Oh, I saw her beauty," because the whole of a woman, every single part of a woman's beautiful to me. That don't make sense.
That's why you cover. Yeah, that's why it says to cover all, cover everything.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There's women that might have exceptionally beautiful elbows.
I just said to you, cover everything.
1 second. Yeah, Khan, I've got the verse in the Quran here. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. And tell the believing women to lower their gaze, and not to show off their adornment, except only that which is apparent.
Right.
And
so
to
why
draw
would you
their
need
veils.
To lower your gaze if your face is covered?
I haven't finished reading, bro. And to draw their veils all over them, and not to reveal their adornment, except to their husbands, or their fathers, or their husbands' fathers, or their sons, or their husbands' sons, or their brothers, or their brothers' sons, or their sisters' sons.
Okay.
Or their women slaves, whom their right hands possess, or old male servants who lack vigor, or small children who have no sense of feminine sex.
All right.
And let them not stamp their feet so as to reveal what they hide of their adornment.
Right.
And all of you beg Allah to forgive you all, O believers, that you may be successful. Now, just before I hand over to you, the explanation here says that the verse, and to draw their veils all over their juyubihinna, and not to reveal their adornment, narrated Aisha radiallahu anha, may Allah bestow his mercy on the early immigrant women, when Allah revealed, and to draw their veils all over juyubihinna, they tore their muruts, the woolen dress or waist binding cloth. They would tear them and covered their heads and faces with those torn muruts. Aisha used to say when this verse was revealed, they would cut their waist sheets at the edges and cover their heads and faces with those cut pieces of cloth. So yeah, that's how the women
This
of the
is
Prophet
this is my point I'm
understood the
trying to say.
verse.
See, the true Islam is that. I'm not saying every woman, I'm not forcing anyone to, do. It's up to them. They're answerable to Allah. But I'm just saying, what does Islam say about it? So it's just more of an educational discussion, not my personal opinion. It is in the Quran as well as Hadith.
I guarantee you there's a difference of opinion on whether a woman should be covering her entire face or just having a veil that she can draw across her face, which means her eyes would still be showing. Right?
Yeah.
So why don't you
guarantee
accept
that
this
as a
opinion?
fact,
But
based on the fact that there aren't
one
minute,
can't.
bruv, 1 minute, there aren't
Why don't you accept
materials
this
that would
opinion?
allow that. Every woman could not do that based on the materials available to them. Yeah, if you're saying a woman's using a material to cover her entire face, right, does that mean she's been temporarily blinded or her vision's been impaired?
But why don't you accept this opinion? If you're saying there's two opinions, why do you only accept one opinion and don't accept the other?
What you're reading out, including the interpretation, I can immediately see that when someone says draw your veil, yeah, it shows that the veil itself is a temporary measure used based on who you're around. And a burqa seems more like a permanent thing that cannot really be adjusted based on who you're
Yo,
around.
Khan,
So you're
say it
already
properly.
talking about
It's not burqa.
a different piece
It's
of.
burqa.
Is there any point in having a serious conversation? Like,
No, Khan does have a point,
this is
and
going to be the level.
Khan does have a point, and there is room for maneuver in Islam. It does say where there's necessary, of course, you need your eyes to see, so you can't cover your eyes. Yeah. So there is practical side of it. If let's say you're traveling, if you're walking, you should. I mean, some scholars will say, have your left eye open. I mean, one eye closed, but other one open. But others will say, look, you need your both eyes to see.
You can't judge distances with one eye.
Yeah, exactly. So there is other opinion where you can have your eyes shown when you need to. Let's say you're walking down the road, or or you would need both eyes to see. Yeah. So there is practicality.
But can you do that with a Can you do that with a burqa? Can you do that with a burqa?
Yes, of course you can do it. Burqa. Burqa does have the eye slot.
Think of it this way.
Have you seen a burqa? Burqa does have eyes.
How are people in the Quran told to speak to women, like especially the Muhammad's wives? Through the
Speak
hijab,
to who?
right?
Speak to who?
Veil?
Speak to non-mahrams.
When they if you spoke to Muhammad's wives, how would you speak to them? Through a veil, right? Through a hijab.
There's a veil, yeah. There's a veil separating them, yes.
So why couldn't it be that the most accurate interpretation would be to cover the whole body? Because that's what that veil, the word hijab just means veil, right? So that can be, like you said, taken as anything. But there is an example that, especially in the Quran, where women, when you speak to women, they should be veiled. Like there should be a partition between you and them where you can't see their body at all, any part of their body.
Yeah, that's inside the house. We're talking about outside when women have to go outside.
What I'm saying is apply that word hijab in that context, and not even being able to see the figure of the woman with the other context in the Quran about hiding your beauty and hiding your figure, right? Because they're not supposed to stamp around. So it would seem that the most accurate interpretation of women hijabbing themselves, let's say that, veiling themselves, would be a complete body veil. Just from a Quran stance. Now, Quranists don't really agree with that, but that's just how most Quranists are. They don't accept that view. But just putting it into the times that the words are mentioned, and especially using the time that if you speak to women, they are to be hijab, right? They are supposed to be veiled completely where you cannot even see their figure.
That's right. You meant,
Why
yes, you're
so?
right, quite right. You go
The
dress
thing about
modestly and loose
stamping,
clothing.
the thing about stamping your feet, yeah, obviously means that when a woman stamps her feet, it's going to make all her parts that we will now refer to as the jelly or the tits and arse would bounce, right? So when women like want to be suggestive or sexy or whatever, they would still be able to. They would still be able to do that, even if they were fully covered. They would still be able to show you that underneath that full covering, there is like a good amount
And
of
always chooses the most
good amount of.
extreme
That's not the point that
circumstances.
that's not the point that I'm making. That's not the
No,
point
but
that
what
I'm
I'm
What happened if
saying
making.
is,
women
why
jumps?
so? If you're stamping your foot, yeah, is that showing the beauty of your elbow? Is that showing the beauty of your
No, that's
kneecaps?
not the
No,
point.
it's
That's
showing
No,
the
not
it's
the
beauty
point
of
covered.
that
the
I'm
parts
That
that
would be
move
covered,
when you
wouldn't
that's
it?
stamp
not
your
the
feet, right?
that's not the point that is being
So
brought up,
what we learned,
Hassan.
what we learned today is that Khan thinks the most beautiful part of a woman is her elbow.
You know, does it say with your thing like about men shouldn't be looking at women like that anyway,
Yes,
lustfully?
yes. Men
Yeah, we're
should lower
supposed
the
to lower
gaze.
our gaze.
Still, okay. So
And
doesn't
we are
that kind
also,
of like just doesn't then you know the like cut out what the other person's wearing in that regard? Like you shouldn't be looking at somebody in that regard anyway. Do you know what I mean?
you
Whatever
can't
they're
lower
wearing.
your gaze when you're walking down the street all the time. Yeah, I know some people just look, walk, lower
Yeah.
their gaze and they walk, but there's a chance that you might bump into something. Yeah, so you'd have to look straight. Yeah.
I mean, if you're
So
gonna look lustfully, you're gonna look lustfully, even if they are covered, even if they
yeah,
are covering the face.
the whole
Yeah,
purpose of the verse is for prevention of that happening for male and female.
But if you're looking at that verse and you're coming up with burqa, you're taking that to the most extreme level that you possibly can take it.
But what's extreme about it if it's clear cut?
Extreme means that
Extreme.
there's no that you're not allowing for any wiggle
What
room
does
I
burqa
just
at
mean?
all.
Here's a
what's
good question.
burqa?
What's burqa mean? Is it like Arabic?
I don't know.
What
No, I think it's a Afghani word, isn't it?
That's the point. That's
Burqa is a
exactly what I was
long,
getting
yeah.
at. That's it. So you're attributing the word burqa to Islam. That word is not really, as far as I know, inside the Quran or really inside of the Hadith. But of course, I don't know Arabic. But I've never read a translation where it uses burqa.
A
So when you
burqa is a design, the cut and the style where it covers the whole part of the body. Covers your head and face
but what
and
I'm
loose
saying
clothing.
though
That's all it is.
is,
It's just
but
a
but what
cut
I'm
of the clothing.
But what I'm saying is, Khan just tried to attribute it to Islam, where we're focusing on the word hijab, which is
Yes.
Arabic. It's mentioned in the Quran, it's mentioned in the Hadith. So, and the word means veiled. So, what I did was give an example of how you're supposed to talk to women through a veil, a partition. So, when you try to say, oh, burqa or niqab, which are not like really mentioned, right, inside of the Islamic sources.
But why so?
Then
Why you're complicating it? Why you're confusing the issue and making it more
no,
confusing?
I
Is
think
because
you
you're
are.
talking. Well, let me make my point quickly. You're talking about the difference between a curtain that's hanging in a room where women sit on one side of it and an item of clothing. That's two different things, isn't it?
But Allah didn't make the two different separations because He used the same word about dress, right?
I don't think you're in a position to be telling me what Allah said, bro.
No, look
By the
how
way,
upset he is now. Look how upset he
with
is now that I
Catholics,
brought it. Real
yeah,
quick reaction.
with Catholics, they apply the concept of hijab. When you go to see the priest.
Yes, there's a veil. There's covering.
Yeah. I mean, behind the curtain, you go in the box and you say, "Oh, Father, I have sinned."
The Catholics,
right? There's a barrier.
Confession box.
Yeah, confession.
So the point. You notice how upset Khan got real quick, because what I did was link the actual word hijab and separate it from what is been like adapted, the word burqa and niqab, right? But what I did was I used two examples of the same word being used: the veil, right, like a curtain, completely covering women. And then Allah uses His words wisely, so He chose to use the same word for women covering themselves. Now, you get what I'm saying? So the issue that you would have, Khan, in my opinion, would to tell me how and why Allah did not separate these words to mean different things when he could have, right? He could have easily said in the Quran that the hijab is not a complete covering. But yet he gave an
When it says
example of
draw your
talking to
veil, what
women.
does it mean? Draw. When you draw your veil, what does it mean? It means it's not a permanent fixture, is it, on the item of clothing? But on the burqa, it is.
No, the curtain, the veil that you speak to the woman with through isn't permanent either. Are you claiming that Muslims just have like a veil sitting inside of their living room in case a man
Well,
comes
can you
in?
leave the living room out of it? I'm just saying you're adding another confusion to it by adding in the living room. The parameters of sitting in a living room with a veil between the men and the women is a completely different one than when we're talking about the dress code of the women.
No,
Because you
but
can't
I'm
have
saying,
1 minute, man. Why so?
I don't
You
think you
can't have a
understand my
halfway
point.
veil. You can't have a veil in your living room that only covers the beauty of the woman. The veil in the living room has to cover the entire woman. But with the clothing, that's not the case. What we're discussing is what is regarded as the beauty of the woman. And I'm saying that from a man's point of view, is the things that we fixate on sexually. Now, these guys are saying that's the face. And I'm saying no, because most women's faces are not regarded as a sexual object for a man to lust over.
So inside of the Quran, when it mentions hijab in one verse, doesn't it also mention the covering of their bosoms?
But now you're making my
I
argument
think
for
I
me.
think maybe
No,
I
You're
need to
making my
explain.
argument now.
That's not
Yeah,
making
look,
your
I think
argument.
Khan probably misunderstood me. Yeah, I'm just saying the covering. Most Muslim women do cover their hair, and they do cover most of the part except the face, right? Now the
But your
Quran
argument
said
is that the most beautiful part of the woman's the face.
no. Well, technically, majority of the male would say the most beautiful part of the body is the face. Yeah, that's the majority would say that because you're attracted to. You have to be attracted to in a way. Everyone has their own understand. Beauty is subjective, but the face is the most thing that you look at first and you're attracted to first, right? Then everything else may come on separately after that. But regardless of that, all right, let's just say it isn't, right? The Quran says cover everything, not just the face.
Yeah,
Everything.
in certain
Everything.
parts
Brother, don't talk about the face. Brothers on YouTube, they get horny on toes and ankles and stuff.
and elbows and
Some
elbows.
scholars will say your voice is also an aura. You know what I mean? Your voice
some
can be
scholars
attractive.
say, women not allowed to wear perfume because of the smell.
No, not
Women.
some scholars. That's everyone.
That's everyone.
Yes, yeah.
Listen, it's I would like to end the stream at 2 o'clock if that's okay. Because
Reactionary, why? Are you
man's
going
feeling
to
a bit sleepy.
karaoke? Are you going to karaoke?
Karaoke? What do you mean by karaoke? You can go to
Yo,
karaoke.
reactionary. You know,
Yes,
I
right.
saw a video. Dawa man. So
Yes.
you know when there's holes in the socks, yeah. And you know when what's that called again? They do wudu.
Basically, yeah. When you do wudu and you wipe over your socks, what's the condition for it?
So the Salaf say you can just wipe it. The Hanaf say like there has to be condition or something. Do you know anything about it? That one made a video on this too.
Yeah, I'm told that it should be above your ankles, first of all. And it shouldn't have big gaping holes in it. Yeah.
So if there's holes on it, but you have to wipe the top bit. Man saying you have to wipe the top bit, not the bottom.
Yeah, you use your palm and you wipe using the heel of your palm from the toe up towards above the ankle to the shin.
So why not bottom? Because that's where the most dirt is, isn't it?
Well, there's Ali radiallahu anhu, he said if the religion was based on intellect, then when we wipe over the socks, we would wipe underneath rather than the top.
Okay. So my Salafi brother is agreeing with you. Huh?
If the religion was based on logic, then we would have wiped underneath our socks. But it's not everything.
Yeah, but everything connects with our logic, though. Get me?
It does. Back to me.
So But he's against this reactionary brother. He's against the Tabligh fam. You get me?
So,
Go on, Khan,
are we
brother.
saying
You were saying,
that
Khan,
Grey
brother.
Dunya has logic?
Yeah, big logic. 10 out of 10, blood. 10 out of 10. You get me?
Reactionary, we're gonna teach you your 6 points.
Yeah, 6 points. We're gonna teach you 6 points, blood.
Oh, the Tablighi stuff, yeah.
We're gonna teach you 6
Ooh,
points.
Well,
in
let me
reactionary.
tell you. Let me answer you by saying that my success and your success. What
So
else do
to
they
be
say? Dear brothers, my
let me tell
success
you
and
one
your
point, yeah?
success. Mm,
Well, let me tell you one point. We have to follow our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He is the best of creation, best of character. And the best people that followed our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is the Sahabis. So to follow his character, we should learn the traits of our Sahabis. That's one of the points, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds
So
right.
this 6 point, one of the points is not bid'ah. It's not bid'ah, isn't it? Agree or disagree?
I'm trying to understand. I'm not sure. But there's a nice comment that's been posted here. This character in the chat has posted a lot of comments, but one of them is pretty good. He said, "Learn your religion, don't inherit it."
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good comment.
Yeah.
Whether it can accurately be attributed to whoever said it, I don't know, but the meaning is correct.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yes,
So
people.
anyway, you're gonna end us soon.
Might as well wrap it up. We have to
So
call it an
actually,
end.
I know you watch Netflix. I know you recommend Ozark. I'll watch Ozark some point. But you guys watch that new.
Yeah.
You guys watch that new Korean high school zombie series.
No. Let me tell you what to watch.
Pretty good, man. It's pretty good.
Gain, let me tell you what to watch. Yeah, you know, on Disney, not Netflix. There's Disney. Yeah.
Disney Plus. Yeah, Disney Plus.
Yeah. So what you do? There's a cartoon called Hit Monkey.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
It's a samurai sword, everything. You know, like that's
funny,
our reactionary friend of reactionary.
Watch
religious friend monkey.
Watch that
with
Korean
a samurai sword and a machine gun.
Yeah. Watch that Korean high school zombie series. Excellent. It's violent and it's tense as well. Tense. All of Us Dead. It's called.
I'd just like to say, seeing as I found myself surrounded by such extremists, I'll say
Who's an
that
extremist?
as a
Khanito, the extremist nutrition.
as an extremist, you shouldn't be advising people to watch things that's not halal. So if there's women in these programs that don't have the full burqa, you shouldn't really be advising
that is true, Khanito. Well done.
Wait, hold on a second. What about music? Isn't that haram? Like, so if it's got music in it, can you watch it?
These not promoting things that's haram.
By the way, quick question, Trilla. How are women in Sikhi supposed to dress?
Pardon? How would I like my women?
What's the Sikhi rulings on women's clothing?
I mean, modestly.
They show the belly buttons,
modestly.
in it.
Yeah, no. Come on, Trilla. Tell us from your text.
I mean, dude, again, we're very again. So there's a little distinction because again, women can choose to adopt the same dress as men in terms of, when they're baptized, taken umbrella, they basically can adopt the same clothing in that regard.
Yo, Trilla.
Yeah.
Did you hear this one? Did you hear this one from Raj? Yeah. What was it? He goes, yeah. Remember, Raj, he went to Speaker's Corner, yeah, and he said, you're allowed to, wise Muslim men, yeah, allowed to marry 4 women. Why can't women marry 4 men? What do you think of this, Trilla?
Well, it's common sense, isn't it? At the end of the day, you wouldn't know who the father is, in that regard. So, you know what I mean? If a woman's doing that doesn't make sense. A man can.
It doesn't make sense, innit?
So, yeah,
Man and
naturally,
natural player, you get me? Player hating pigeon. You get me?
Yeah.
Player hating pigeon. Halal playing.
Reactionary, I appreciate you having me on. Did you save that link in the back chat for later?
Is it documentary?
Yo, Waiso, did you
I'll check it
connect
out.
the missing link?
Did you
Waiso,
You're
did
talking
you
about the
save it
Reliance
for
of the
later?
Traveller one?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
All right, it's page
Waiso.
523 if it doesn't take you to the exact page number. So
All right. Thanks for that.
Yeah,
Waiso.
Waiso, one last thing, yeah. Did you connect the missing link then? How you become monkey from fish?
that's not the missing link. You're an idiot, dog.
Yeah, man.
Nobody uses that as the missing
You've been
link. That's
trying
the
to
reason
explain
you're
the
an
missing link.
idiot,
We
dude.
still didn't get nothing.
That's the reason
And
you're
I
an
think you
idiot.
became very fluent
Just
on
5
our
minutes ago,
hadiths and differences.
this guy is talking
Waiso has
about
become
how.
very
Just
fluent
5
in our
minutes ago, this
hadiths
guy is
and
talking about
differences,
how they're
scholarly
supposed to act like
opinions,
Muhammad.
and all of
You
that.
should
But
emulate
man still
Muhammad.
believes he
And look at
became
this
a
guy.
human from a monkey.
This guy is an idiot, dude.
Idiot! Now, for real though, for real.
Honestly, you
How?
and Shifa are the dumbest motherfuckers on YouTube, dog.
Oh, that's what I wanted to know, Waiso. What's
Now,
your
Waiso,
issue
for
with
real
Shifa?
though.
Shifa and this guy are
Why
the same
Shifa?
type. When I
Yeah.
say idiot,
What's Shifa?
when I say
What did Shifa do
idiot,
to
They're
you?
not on my category,
You
blood.
got
when
10
I
out of 10
say
IQ
idiot,
thing, blood. You get me, fam?
this
10
is
out of
why
10 IQ
this is
thing.
why he's an
Not on my
idiot, dude. He
category.
just
You
keeps
can't be on
talking
my
and he doesn't
category,
shut
blood.
the fuck up, dude.
Hey, shut up. You don't use language,
He's like
bruv.
a rabid
I tell
dog,
reactionary.
dude. You are a
The
rabid
profanity from the
dog, dude.
monkey. The profanity from the monkey. How dare you? How dare you, boy? Monkey boy.
All
Fish
you
boy.
do is just talk, dude.
Listen.
You
Yo,
are
for real though,
pontificating, dude. Where's your
yo.
sewing circle at so that we can go there and
Now,
mock you for sitting at the
you
table with
became
women
very
all the time?
fluent. You became very fluent on our
More
hadith,
than a
scholarly
female,
differences.
dude.
It's all sorts, mate.
And
Why can't you
it's as
tell us
irrelevant
about
as
the
a
missing link
female.
then?
You are an irrelevant person.
Okay, everyone.
Irrelevant.
I think that's enough for tonight. So yeah, thank you all for
Anyway,
joining
listen,
the
before you
stream.
go, Reactionary,
Thank you
I think
all
some people
in the
Reactionary.
chat for your comments.
Yo, can you hear me?
And thank you all
Reactionary,
who are
can you hear me?
watching,
Can you hear me?
whether it's live or after the fact. I think the show was interesting. We talked about Mr. Sheikh Assim Hakeem talking about issues related to us.
Yeah.
And my views on that.
But he spoke against Tabligh, man.
And apart from that,
Yo, Reactionary, can I say something?
I'll leave it for now. I'm going to get the Discord up and running, and that will be an environment where Muslims can all participate in society. Anyone that needs help in any aspect of their lives should be able to get assistance on there, inshallah. Once we have populated it with enough people.
Can you guys hear me?
So there we go. Don't know if you can all still hear me.
Trailer, can you hear me?
Because my audio's cut
Yeah,
out.
I can hear you. It's just Reactionary can't hear us.
But
yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Gang Bye, how are you? Gang Bye.
Yeah, not too bad, great in here. Listen, look, we're all learning, so let's not pick on one another just because Khan and us have a different opinion. It's all learning, yeah. Let's not pick on each other.
We are learning reaction.